Okay.
At least that's my goal. I don't want to spit in the eye of the original faces, so to speak, right? I wanna keep their essence. I want to Skeksis these faces, right? I want the essence.
Join it. I'm trying to do the shared chat thing right now. So.
Oh God. Oh, thanks for letting me know because I was not looking. There you go.
Start sharing. Chat.
Notify the followers. There we are.
Okay.
Well, bam.
Oh boy, you might have to mute yourself on that.
Yeah, I mean that's easy enough.
Okay. Cool, man. So, here, I'll share my screen to you also.
Ooh. I mean, can I? I can just watch your stream, but that's.
Whatever. Yeah, I'll do both. Whatever works for you.
This is also fine.
I got the.
You got your little Gnome man, yeah.
I got the little Gnome man, and I kind of relocated all the bits. Let me turn on symmetry real quick. Probably gonna the eyes.
The eyes
rebuild. Are you using this? I used the Goblin brush for what brush are you using actually?
I'm using the regular soft round and then Goblin brush. Okay. As I kind of work to do stuff. Yeah. I mean, eventually when I start polishing it up, it's just something about the way that the Goblin brush works. I really like how it lays down color very nicely. But eventually I'll switch over to the soft round brush, and then I'll also use my shift key to soften stuff as I go to just smooth things out when I get there. But for the basic construction,
I just want to do what you did when you started this guy and just kind of break it down to the basics and make sure I got all the landmarks.
Yeah, I mean, so basically, I kind of draw where the note. I mean, obviously on this it's going to be pretty wild, but draw the nose bones and stuff, and then you're gonna draw out the face lines and whatnot, right? I even drew the orbitals for where I think the skull would be, right? Before I ever even get to wrinkles and lines and that sort of stuff. I basically do what is the basics of the face, right? And kind of build off of that. So
Hey Sirinth, hey Class and Cool, Dargith, Nicodemus, you're welcome to join us in chat. I wasn't kicking you out or anything. I was just figured we should move to a live stream channel so that people
don't confused. Maybe he didn't want to be on the live stream.
He's shy.
See, and then once I kind of get where I kind of am liking where stuff is at, then I'll start kind of adding a little bit more wrinkly lines and stuff where I want it. But a big part of it is, again, just getting my anchor points feeling really good on them, so that way when I'm sketching and stuff, it feels really good. And if you want, I can kind of grab one of the other faces real quick here, and then kind of show the process again, and kind of mess with that as well. So, if you need a.
Okay. I wasn't totally watching, but I saw you kind of just broke it.
Wiggle my stylus around, and all of a sudden shit happened. Yeah, that happened. That does.
Yeah, that's kind of
for sure.
Magic wand.
Yeah.
Hey, Classic EverQuest, how you doing, man?
Oh yeah, I should be paying attention to chat too. I'm watching your stream more than I'm watching the watching chit chat.
I also
put this here. There we go.
I think I did as well. I'm doing this all on a
separate layer. Yeah, totally. I'd be doing that. I mean, that's what I've got this on separate layer compared to the previous face, even, right? So that way, because that way too, I can kind of check to see if I'm like, oh, the eyes are way off or some shit. But everything's looking fine here. Oh, Nick's working on his day job anyway. Gotcha.
Hermit the Frog here.
Mm-hmm.
Working at my day job. At the Frog Factory. Yeah, this is kind of a doll face one, so this is not too...
Yeah, he's not really making any actual faces or showing any emotion, really. Emotive face.
You guys will yell at me if any weird audio things are going on my end, right? You guys would yell at me if any weird audio things are happening, other than Sirenth, right?
I think Sirenth just wants to yell at you. I don't think there's any audio issues.
Yeah, that's fair.
Is this the new Quorum server? Not sure if I can personally replace Quorum, but, you know.
I think so.
There we go.
Professor Squirrel, is that you? Yeah? No. I don't know how to answer that, actually.
Rogar was going to try for the GM job. Ooh.
See you, Sirenth. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Later, Siren. Yeah, buddy.
I'm gonna apply for the GM job. Gonna out you down as... Put me down as reference for bad behavior. Okay. Bad behavior is well known. Won't be any surprises. Voldemort's face. Oh, coming from out. Yeah. I could totally put it on the back of his head, huh? Be something. If it wasn't such a spot on Harry Potter reference, that would be a fun mob. Have you all considered Etten mobs? Some two-headed guys? Yeah, I'm sure we'll do those when it comes up. There's no reason we can't do that. We have some dudes with multiple arms already. And there's like header caps and stuff come up a bunch as well recently. So it's just when we get to a point where we need those mobs, yeah, we'll make them. Made the nose too small, maybe.
You mean the sides of it? Like I said, draw out the construction of the nose, right? Where, you know, it's got those two bits in the middle, right? Like normally it's cut into two plates for the cartilage, right? And then normally off of that you will have however big you need to, you know, arc your nostrils or whatever, right? And then from there,
Like
right?
this?
Once you kind of your yes. Well, again, like kind of go with the shape of the model and stuff, right? Too. That's the other part of it. Because like,
well, that's
I know
why I
that
pulled in the nostrils, because the nose.
Yeah.
But the old one kind of spilled
Yeah.
onto the side of the face.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So that's kind of where it's like
I'm
find your little
conflicted about,
corner.
because I don't really like it when we go off the geo like that, because it kind of breaks down on certain angles. So
Oh yeah, for sure. At certain angles, it'll look really poor. So yeah, no, I think that's proper. I think it's sometimes okay to try to fudge around that area sometimes, but you have to be really crafty about how you're painting it, right? Yeah, and then normally like, so I'll kind of build that out, and then I normally kind of draw in where I want those little like fat spots and stuff that normally, like, this is normally your down area coming off of the nose, right? Because this is kind of where you'll have stuff kind of like fit into it, and then from there I draw, like, you know, that allows you to kind of get your like bridge wherever you want to end up putting it. I mean, typically you're going to want to put it right at the end of where the cut is on the divide there, and then that lets you kind of build the rest of your stuff, right? Because then you can be like, oh yeah, this is kind of where the under eye part is, and so like let's get that in there, right? Yep.
the nose being super huge starts to hit the uncanny effect on the face. I don't know if it's just me. On the full detailed face, uncanny valley effect, I mean. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Again, his might be kind of split too with the nose there, because like you could actually draw in a thinner bridge, you know, down the middle, and then just make those two side pieces, you know, where it's kind of like lumpy right here. That's kind of the transitional spot, right? So like You could definitely do a straighter bridge on his nose instead of making it crazy wide as well, would be another option there, right?
That's what I did initially, and it was... Yeah, this looks okay.
Yeah, there you go. See? Well, also down the center, like down this part, just draw like kind of a straight line from where the tips of your little like nose edges are. Yeah, so go to the side. No, on the edges of that. So like right here, you've got this shape. See where I drew my line? Right there. You could make a straighter part where his nose kind of has like some bone or whatever up here, right? And then this could be just where you'd shade off, kind of like off the side too, right? And as long as you do the shading correctly, it'll look nice. Yeah, so. Because, yeah, you could even do like, oh, yeah, he's got this little, like, because normally, like, your nose kind of gets, like, a little bit fat right here, you know, sometimes. And you could even do, like, oh, he's got this little, like, thing, and then this kind of, like, rolls down the side. And then for you, you just kind of like, again, yeah, just shade it out.
I mean, I don't
right?
want to... I'm worried that I'm changing stuff too much on this. Like,
well, isn't his... I mean, is that exactly how that face looked? I don't... What does it look like on the reference sheet originally? You know, that's what you should be looking at ultimately, is that's why I got my face up here, right? So I can reference that 100%, right? Because it's kind of important.
I mean, all the gnomes have a really big honker, you know what I mean? So
no, I know. I just, one of the things about their noses is they're all the friggin' same, right? And this is kind of where we could see if there's a little adjustment there to get some variant, you know?
Right.
Having 5 faces where the only detail change is the eyes is kind of not really a face change, you know?
Well, yeah. Oh. What? That's interesting. Just hold the face from my cupboard or something.
Because this was based off of 1 or 0, 0?
This is 0, 0.
Okay. Well, yeah, you gotta... Just depends on how you want to do that nose then. But yeah, I think the one issue with the gnomes is literally every face has the same nose. That none of them are really that different. So, but I think if this one's 0, 0, I definitely would keep it as the primary, like, large nose, because that's the first one. But any other face, we really should look at adjusting the noses for sure.
Yeah. I don't want to, yeah, for this one at least. I don't want to deviate.
No, I know. I totally get you on that. Let's see what I want to do for this dude. Oh yeah, that's what I forgot.
Hey, Dragon. How you doing, man?
Oh, shit. Yeah, what's up, Dragon?
Super stream. Yeah, we're doing another dual stream. Put on faces.
Twofer.
I do clean up all the problems we created for ourselves.
And an opportunity to improve.
Yeah.
It must be a gnome. I don't see an amazing beard. Urkensay says, "Hey Z, I know you've answered this before. I apologize, but what exactly are all the UV redos and why were they needed? If you already answered this in the stream, no. We actually didn't really answer that question. Really wasn't asked at all. The big thing with the UV cleanup and stuff was some of the guides weren't exactly fleshed out when we made a bunch of additional character stuff. They were kind of roughed in, and then we hadn't made any steadfast decisions on proper practices for making the characters. So there was some wild west decisions made on some of the characters to just do whatever worked, and instead of kind of setting them up in a very procedural and processed way, which caused a lot of weird stretching issues and just things not looking quite right. And just because we're using this all-in-one solution to make the characters much more in a procedural, not procedural as in random generation, but procedural as in a step-by-step kind of format where you do step A, step B, step C, and kind of walk through each one of those steps to be able to update the character models and whatnot, to have a more cohesive look. Now, granted, some of the stretching, body sizes and types and stuff, that'll always be there. But at least now we know, having we've gone through all the characters now, all the UVs have been updated, we've cleaned up a bunch of stuff. Now that we've kind of gone through all of those things, we know that each one's been built and updated to the standards that we want to have for all of the characters. So that should increase the quality level dramatically, because it's a really nice polished pass. We had slated a polished pass on our for our process, our schedule. So now we're kind of executing on that polished pass. So that's kind of why.
Yeah, the TLDR of all that is just polish pass, basically, and doing the going through and making sure everybody is actually set up properly to take full advantage of our whole system.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was a number of kind of warbly edges and stuff that I was noticing. I don't know if any gnome players were noticing sort of some weird eye shapes and stuff. Those are that was a UV problem, essentially.
Yeah. And this kind of gave us now the opportunity to kind of sit down and go, okay, now we did all that stuff. The faces are kind of messed up now because we fixed a lot of those UV issues. So now it's like, hey, the dwarf face is really, really good, right? That's like a really nice quality and target that we want to hit. We should do that for all of the faces. So that kind of brought us to where we are now, where we would like to take the faces we've got, get them really nice and updated, make them look really, really good, bring that quality bar up to that level for all of the characters, and yeah, hopefully players really like dig that now. And again, I know, having worked on past projects, I know that some people get very attached to their faces for their characters, but hopefully we can get the look of the original faces to a degree, but give them the quality pass that they really need to be, you know, that just like really nice looking, really appealing characters, right? Oh, the crooked eyes, you called that a feature? Yeah, I mean, kind of. I just realized that Urkrads, he would say, "Hey Z," and that literally could mean either of us.
Yeah, I think people refer to you as Z most often though.
Okay,
I get
that's what I prefer. I prefer maybe called Z. So.
yeah, I get Zook or Zukan. I think more so.
Okay. I just realized that momentarily. I was like, oh, maybe that question wasn't directed towards me. I should have paid more attention.
It was in my chat, my stream. So.
Oh yeah, okay.
It doesn't. It doesn't really matter. symmetry back on.
You know, one thing I would do with your face there on your gnome thing, I know his mouth is exceedingly wide, but you might want to bring his eyes inward a little bit. Like, I know, like, it would be his mouth would come in slightly and his eyes would come in slightly, and that should align them a little bit better. Yeah, to where it's like the joint of the eye here should be kind of where the joint of your geometry of your nose is, and it's just a little bit spread apart there. Right? So like your little eye pits, right? Touch those into the yeah, right there. That should be where the kind of where your eye pit sits, and then you can kind of wherever your eye area is, right? And then you can draw the remember your mouth line is like right on the interior of your pupils, so it kind of is like this, right? That's kind of where your mouth line sits, right? For the corners of your mouth, right? And then so his mouth should be smaller because it's on this interior part of the eye. That's where the corner of your mouth normally sits, right here. So and then that would give you all the alignments you need to kind of like do the layout for the face.
Yeah.
Happy August! Yeah, Dragonus.
Oh wait.
Oh, thanks for the follow, Valos. Gunnerwolf, thanks for the follow.
DragonUsmk0351 just gifted 10 subs.
Hey, thanks for the subs, dude.
Oh shit! Dang, dude.
Man. 10 subs. That's crazy. You're always so generous, Dragon. I appreciate it. If I had a more tangible way to do that.
Yeah, he's jumping between both of us doing frickin' subs. So, oh, too kind. Jeez, buddy.
Yeah, the mouth coming in a bit helps a lot.
Yeah. Because, like, I think one of the things that we were kind of like messing with here is like, oh, his mouth needs to be like a normal face, but he's a gnome and his nose is very big.
Yeah,
so
we pulled in
his eyes would be closer, and then it would make his mouth smaller, but then his nose is very big, right? So it's not like a normal human to proportion face. You have to think about it like minus the nose out of the equation and make the eyes and then draw where the mouth creases are, and then you'll get a good face based off of that, right? I'm pretty sure that'll be a much stronger structure to go with. Now off to dinner, Toodles. I love that he just runs in here, spams a bunch of subs for everybody, like, peace.
Superman.
Well, thanks so much, Dragonus.
Batman
Appreciate
or
it.
something.
Yeah, right?
Alois Virus says, "Yo, happy Friday! Character art is looking sick. So pumped for EA. Yeah, man. Trying to level up the art too. Now that we got some stuff sorted out.
Yeah, buddy. Time is 7 o'clock. Okay, got 1 more hour, and then I got to pop off for 20 minutes, and then I'll come back and we will continue making faces.
Okie.
Now the question is while we're just duo streaming, do I just
Do a barrel roll.
leave my stream up, just chilling, and be like BRB in like 15, 20?
Yeah,
Like
if you want
just
to.
like holding the fort down.
I can.
Okay.
I mean, if you're just running off to go to the store and come back.
To the store, grab a few things, and come back. Yeah.
Yeah, just pop like a BRB on the screen or something. That's fine.
Cool. All right, I'll do that.
LV Aeolus Varius, thank you for the biddies there. Appreciate it. Very cool of you.
DJ Talk, no, the game is not out yet, but you can at least run the campfire if you want to run, like make a character and run around with it, but it won't be. The next playtest will be in September, so keep your eyes peeled on that. The game should go into early access in Q1, so that'll be around the January time frame. And then you'll be able to play to your heart's discontent.
Discontent.
I didn't mean discontent, but sure. Gotcha, thanks. Yeah, so I mean, you can at least make a character now, reserve a name. The campfire at least lets you run around with your character and stuff, so it's not really... It's just doesn't do anything. But at least you get semblance. Wait, can you learn your spells? You can't do anything. You just get to run around, right?
Yeah, you can't actually do anything other than just kind of run around.
We should make that like a full-on obstacle course just for fun.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Little jump puzzle thing. That'd be cool.
Yeah, dude.
I was thinking that, like, I mean, the what I wanted it to be was like a tutorial thing. Like, you could actually like learn how to, do some basic combat and learn how to do your spells and all that stuff. But I think there's some roadblocks to doing it.
The hard part about that is like a lot of that information is kept on the server side, right? So
exactly.
Yeah. So I mean, but you could at least make it a fun jumpy puzzle.
Yeah, that's totally doable. Maybe it could be like a jumpy puzzle with like a bunch of like stuff written, like a manual that's
Want
written
some little
in
lore
stone.
stuff? Oh, you know what would be really cool is it was like some jumpy puzzles with some lore and like just different information about the game, so you could technically do some tutorial-esque sort of stuff, but it's just more of you're walking through some ruins or something like that, right? And you're doing some Indiana Jones treasure hunting, but it's just like information stuff with maybe some lore and whatnot. Thank you, Otto, for the Prime sub. Looks smooth. Love the Goblin class. Yeah.
Gem games would be awesome. Yeah. Be cool. Figure something out. It's one of those things that like time.
But a big part of our game is kind of about the exploration, so I think kind of keying in on that without requiring any additional tech or anything like that, right? Where it's just like a handful of etchings and carvings and stuff, and then some like little pieces of paper that you can inspect and whatnot, and then kind of giving some idea about the lore of the world and maybe the different factions and stuff or whatever, right? Like that'd be kind of cool, like a really chill way to kind of like learn more before you get into the game, right? Add in a couple like little mud commands for inspecting stuff and looking and stuff, and kind of like build that out a little bit more. I think that'd be kind of sick. But like you said, time.
There's only so many things we can drop everything to go pivot to.
Yes. I think getting the primary part of the game done first is way more important.
Yeah.
Seems like that's kind of the thing that everybody actually wants us to do. Updating the campfire zone, not really. Plus, I don't even know, is the campfire zone even going to stick around when we go into EA?
I think
Right?
I think so. I still think that we could. I still actually would like to turn it into like a legit kind of offline tutorial situation. We just need to figure out how to handle certain things. Like we might have to hard code some combat stuff, so it's not like real combat, but it's like a simulation.
Well, yeah, I don't know how that's going to work with like, again, a lot of that stuff is on the server side.
Well,
right?
I know that's why
like,
I'm saying it needs to be a simulation of it. So it's not.
Yeah, it's just you would also need to do like scribing spells in books and that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So depending on how far you take it.
I mean, I think it as a device to teach people how stuff operates. I don't think it has to be a one-to-one. Like it could all be hardcore. Like we could slice it out and then build a simulation version of all the things, just so people understand how to operate the things. It doesn't have to be like, you could be like, you can attack a skeleton and you always do like 1 damage or something, and he has like 2 health or something.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean that is possible.
feel like I'm losing what this is. It's just the lack of the eyes right now.
Probably.
Trying to make he kind of has like sort of happy, optimistic eyes, kind of. So I'm trying to get that in, but I think the brows I have right now are a bit sad.
The shape you're gonna want to go for is kind of like it's kind of. Oh shit! I forgot I'm mirrored here. I'll just do it for the second so it's not mirrored. So like your shape of your eye, right, will probably be kind of more like arched, you know, and kind of be more like this shape because it's kind of like the happy eye shape. And then you can have like a little bit of roundness down here on it, and then you know that's kind of where you have a higher raised, you know, fat area to kind of give the brow just a little bit, you know, and then definitely when you have your lines, don't arc them up and back because that's like angry lines. You're gonna want to just kind of move them towards the middle, so that way you kind of get your happy eye, right? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. You can probably, I think you just keep kind of dubbing that shape out a little bit more, and you'll get that for sure.
Lighten up the underside of the brow too a little bit, I think.
Oh yeah, that'll also help, right? So, like, and again, yeah, if you lift his the areas underneath his brow line, right? You lift those up a little bit, that'll kind of give him that like happier face, right?
It's better. Campfire Zone is supposed to be used as a new player experience tutorial for sure. Yeah, Crypt. I think I was talking to Ollie about it because there's the EverQuest offline tutorial that we're like kind of using as like inspiration for that sort of thing, and since we can't have like a total offline client, you know, to do that like EverQuest did. That's why we have this Campfire Zone that's connected to the server. Like it still requires the server to log into. I mean, but it's not like a real server, so we'd have to build some way for things to work for the training purpose. Make it so that it's not like connected to the server, so that it's a security risk.
Yeah, you hooligans.
Can't be trusted, these guys.
What's up, surprise bees?
Or maybe if I should grab the eyebrows, or if that would be distracting. Be a little bit of a on the end of the eye here.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of it would come up. Be a little bit happier, right?
Yeah, I think that works. Yeah. Totally.
It's looking weirder. It's the lines or something. Two. That helps.
Alrighty, that's starting to feel pretty good, I think. I'm just going to soften some of this up a little bit.
Do you think you should maybe narrow the eyelids a little bit on the top, like do that kind of a swoopy thing?
Do a little bit more.
I think the eyes, if you're going for the Asian vibe there, I think maybe you need to push it eyes a little bit more, perhaps.
Okay.
Zukan slightly a bit too Caucasian, but maybe. Otherwise, it's looking good.
Okay.
I think an earlier version as well, you kind of had. I guess you do still, but it's less subtle now, I guess. But like the pronunciation of the cheekbone indentation seemed like it was stronger earlier on. I think that helped as well.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm crazy or not.
Yeah, it just depends on the type of Asian face you want to go for, only because I was kind of looking at more of like the Asian round face, but this also works, so yeah, I can push that a little bit more. Making the face smexy? Yeah, man. Trying to give it that oomph and polish that it needed. Good call on that eye adjustment, friend.
Yeah, that looks good. Just pretend like you're in Dr. No, or You Only Live Once, where they put that prosthetic eye thing on the thing to make you look more Asian.
Wow.
Dr. No had that hand. Yeah, both of his hands were like robotic hands, but he was supposed to be an Asian guy, an Asian protagonist or antagonist, but they cast a white guy and they just like flicked his hair back, I guess, and I don't know. He's like a Chinese. The character is a Chinese character, like Chinese villain. They have a white guy. And for the longest time, I didn't realize that the character was supposed to be Chinese. I was just like, oh, it's just a weird looking white guy or something. Weird, man. 60s, not so great with that kind of thing. Asian, but back in the day, most white playing Asian. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's why I feel like this is not pushing that proper feel for the character. If we want them to be Asian, that's kind of one of the reasons why, like, yeah, I really want to give this face the polish that it deserves, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, Goldfinger was authentic, could not even speak English, the actor. Really? I mean, I know he didn't have any lines, but wasn't sure if that was because he couldn't speak English or they just was a bad actor and they just give him lines. Sometimes you never know with those, like, with the thugs. They like cast some like dude because he's got muscles, not because he's got acting chops, just to play like the thug. Odd Job was classic, yeah. I believe it was a dubbed thing, but was German. Yeah, well, Goldfinger was. Oh, wait, I believe it was dubbed. The guy was German. The guy who played Odd Job was German. Or Goldfinger was German.
That's what I should have been using for reference for this dude. I should have just been looking up an Odd Job image. Probably would have nailed this like 3 hours ago, 2 hours ago, man. Just boom, Odd Job image, done.
You're just gonna end up with painting a dude like a guy with a hat on and like slappers
Yeah, dude,
only.
I'll just paint it. I'll just paint it on the character, right?
Yeah.
Like, put his little bowler hat on. There we go. I also don't want to take these to 100% final, just because I did put in our chat that I wanted to get them to a certain point to where we could do like a feedback pass, and then, you know, get them to a final point, right?
Sounds because so it's mostly. I mean, it's not mostly, but it's. We need to get through all these cleaned up to a reasonable point. Test.
Yep.
So
Yep.
we don't have like weird stuff going on. So.
And then I still feel like if we still need to do a little polish or cleanup afterwards, we can always do that as well, right? But as long as we can get these 98% of the way, I think that's good. And then whatever the touch-ups or minor changes are, then we can either do that a little bit beforehand and do like a round of feedback to try to get stuff updated and good, you know, get the thumbs up on them, and then great. And then we can just do whatever touch-ups at the end, or, you know, however we want to handle that. But as long as because we're kind of under the gun for the test stuff, right? But
Yeah, I think we should just like get stuff fixed up, and then lock that in for the build, and then
yeah,
then we can back around.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm calling this one pretty much done here. Probably could do a little bit more on the mouthy, but yeah, I'll just do a smidge more on that, and then I can call that done.
That is the main weapon for Odd Job class. Yeah. imagine an Odd Job class. He's like an archer, but he throws hats. So he just got like one of those big stack, just like a huge stack of hats you're wearing on top of each other. And you just gotta like get really good at like tailoring. Instead of like fletching to refill your arrows, you use
just make
tailoring
hats.
to make a bunch of hats. Yeah.
There you go. I appreciate the less cartoony look. Thank you very much for this. You're welcome. I too am much more appreciate. I mean, I get the having it be cartoony. Like, there's still a level of hand paint here and, you know, stylization. But I think also, again, our game, the way that I've always described it is, it's a stylized game with hyper detail. So the fact that we're kind of going at it with just a renewed look at, you know, how do you paint something really like where it still has character, but also it's much more detailed, right?
Yeah, I mean
And I think that
the call has always been low poly with high quality textures, you know?
mhm.
So that's always what it's been, and it's just it's one of those things like that's why like when people kind of criticize how stuff looks sometimes, it's like, yeah, but we're still working on it. Like, this is a very iterative process. You don't like
Mhm.
you don't come in like swinging on all cylinders, you know, straight away. You don't like make a thing and it's done and you never touch it again until, like, at least not like just one and done thing, especially for us because we don't have a very systematic approach to things. So, like, if we did have a more systematic approach and we had like all the stage gates locked down and at each step in the process it was like well thought out every single time, and you know, it was like green light to go to the next stage and then there was not any reason to backtrack, then yeah, you could do it that way, but that's not how we've operated so far. So,
Well, and like I've said in the past, a big part of it was just learning. You know,
yeah.
you didn't know where the pitfalls were because you had never done it before. So a big part of it was now we've learned some of the pitfalls, and from there we can make better judgment calls, like with characters and unwrapping and all that sort of stuff, right? And that's kind of what we've done. So sometimes the iterative process takes a little bit longer than others to nail down exactly how we want to have things and create stuff and build things. So that's part of the thing too, is style kind of develops as you go along, right?
Yeah. It's a
You
long
come up with, you're like, oh, this is what it's going to be, and then as you kind of work on the project, you're like, oh, this is what it's become, and you're like, well, the thing that became is way better. So ultimately, it helps.
Yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So like, kind of swing back around to things at times.
Mhm.
Java says, "What are you talking about, Zukan? None of you, not a single one, not on a single stream or piece of released information, have you said anything about this game not even being an EA yet? It should be a completely polished and complete gem by now." I'm sorry, dude. I'm letting you down. Fall on my stylus. Commit Sudoku and fall on my stylus. Need to enact that tip you gave me the other day about the eye hole thing.
Hmm. What?
You
Where?
d-
Oh,
no,
the little cone thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think again, like sometimes we get stuck in doing the details too early, and that's why I've been sketching out the face structure first, right? I don't want to get stuck in the details and the lines and shit right away. I want to lay everything out so that way it feels like it's sitting properly before I get into making wrinkles and all that sort of stuff, right?
Well, how do you think this seems pretty good actually? I think if anything, I'm not sure about the temple area. I'm trying to figure out how to make that work. So,
Yeah, look at what's the geometry look like too? Yeah, I would. So like, let me see. I'm just gonna bring you over here, and then I'm gonna grab my draw tool. So I think things where you could do here, go to a front view. Oh, I guess this kind of works for the temple bit, right? So you kind of have your brow here, right? And then I just bring it up, and then kind of, yeah, I'd probably just end it a little bit earlier here, because then that allows this line to come down, and then you can kind of shade between these two to kind of like, you know, blend that upward in a way. That's kind of. Could you see my drawing, or did that not draw?
Yeah, I saw that.
You did that. Okay. And then, yeah, I mean, that feels pretty good. Yeah, that's kind of. I'd see if that would work for you, if you can do it that way, where it's kind of just a little. You don't bring that down as deep, right? And then this would just be kind of shaded in real nice. Granted, if you want more like lines and wrinkles and stuff, I don't know how old you want this dude to look, right?
It looks to be like it's more of a young face. He's got kind of crow's feet, but that's about it.
Okay.
And the forehead wrinkles, but
yeah, so that would allow you, if you go back to this, like you just add in a line or two in there, and you can still have this shaded up a little bit higher, and that'll let you have kind of like a little bit of a happier kind of disposition, right? And then from there, I would just, this could get a little bit darker, and you could pull this down, but I wouldn't darken this side at all, right? I'd keep that kind of light, because then when you add in your highlights in here, right, it'll kind of brighten up his face a little bit more. So yeah, don't give him like big old fucking saddlebags under his eyes. That'd be, you can kind of put in a line over here, and then kind of like a down line and an overline, but then I would make this lighter, you know, and then this would be light, and then I'd bring this up a little bit higher, you know, because again, that's kind of bringing that happier kind of shape to it. And then this would be where your fat bag would be underneath your eye, right? And then you can add in, you know, your crow's nest here, right? And that would kind of give you your face. And then I also, like, if you go to the front view here, again, remember to kind of, like from here, right? Your mouth is on this inner part, so his mouth is.
Oh, is it? I thought it was line up with the.
I always thought it was the inner part of this.
I always thought it was the center of the pupil, but I guess I'm wrong.
I always feel that gives me like really wide face mouths, you know. So I've kind of brought it inward for me with my face, right? To where you kind of have like.
So the eyes are fine. You just need to bring in the mouth.
Because then you could also, like, the other thing too is like when you add your shadows and stuff, it'll always kind of sit out a little bit further then too. So that's kind of like how I've handled the doing the mouth stuff nowadays.
So just to clarify, you're saying that the mouth just needs to come in a little bit more. The eyes are fine.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay.
Because again, like I said, look at what happens is like I draw my shadows and stuff. So like technically I'm like ending my mouth here, but then I'm drawing shadows and stuff up here. So like I still get.
Well, I mean, by that definition, then it is actually because like the mouth kind of ends right here, and then this is sort of.
And then I'm just shadowing it out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that's because it's all shadows now. I'm not really like drawing a line or anything out to there, right? It's not like a dark line that runs all the way.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll just noodle on the end of the mouth thing here a little bit.
Yeah. Just mess with it. See how it feels to you. Yeah. Do a little noodling.
Good Photoshop. Also, in case you didn't see the message that Goblin posted in our little group chat, he was just talking about might be worth to hit the extreme on the Asian eye. They tend not to have much shadow on the top eyelid. They have much less of a pronounced eye ridge. Or eye socket.
I think that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at an Asian eye reference. That's why like most of my shadows have been more on the interior, and I've been trying to lighten up what's on the edge of the exterior, right?
Yeah, so, yeah. I think just continuing to push it more is probably the call. Just gonna grab all of these. Create a little more space. That helps a lot already, actually. Goblin was saying last night on his stream that the eyes were a bit closer together on the face he was working on at the start of the... At the start seems... I don't know if he's referring to the old textures looking weird, or he's painting the new face to be closer or something. I don't know what the context is there, but stuff has moved around for sure, and we shouldn't really be relying on the old textures for lane marks at this point.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, we should be the thing that we're... I don't know if he's on and watching or messaging you or some shit, but I mean, the main thing we're doing is I'm looking at the image of the character on the face and then seeing what that's all about, and then doing adjustments off of that, right? But to try to be making faces off of the 2D faces that are in there would be a mistake.
Yeah, I think your method of basically just breaking it down to the basics again is probably the way we want to do it, because otherwise if we just rely too much on just fixing up what's there, we're just gonna continue to be working on the foundation of some weird shit, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, plus the faces of kind of like if you throw them on the model, even they don't work, right? So that's kind of one of the things where, if I show, well, I collapsed that face, never mind. But yeah, I pasted one of the faces on there. The eyes are all messed up. Tried to fix that. The eyes were still all messed up because that's not how they look on the actual model and how we had them before. And so now all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, that doesn't look good at all, and is steering me in the wrong direction. So I had to struggle with like the first female face that I was working on for human female 00, right? And that kind of caused a little bit of an issue.
Hey, Katie, how you doing?
Oh, yeah, I accidentally covered up chat. Whoops. All right, I think that's looking pretty nice for a pass. So we'll move on to the next thing. It's still gonna need a little bit of touching up for sure, but
Doing pretty good. Pretty productive day. How about you? Yeah, we're having a pretty productive day here as well. That's good. Friday, you never know. Doing a bunch of we finally got all the UVs done, so that's done. Hopefully depending on how this conversation goes with the shader, I started that post, and Bjorn's working on that. I was taking a second look at the waste issue, and one thing that I noticed was that even in Blender and 3D Coat, there's still kind of some artifacting when we have the skirt and the torso stitched. So it's it's killing a lot of my optimism that will ever work out.
The shader's gonna fix it.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, I'm gonna just try and like not react to my black and white thinking on this and allow the process to take shape here, but in the back of my mind, there's a part of me that's like, maybe we're just gonna have to have that buffer.
Have a separation.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if the shader gets updated though, which is required anyway, I don't think the buffer is going to have to be as big as it was, even if that does come to fruition.
Yeah, I think honestly, of all the issues, if we have to have a buffer, it's not really a big deal for that one. Like, if everything else works and the waste issue is still a thing, I think just adding a couple pixels in there is not a big deal.
Yes. And we can put that into the guides, and then we can just align everything. And then all we have to do is export torsos, and then... Yeah. I have hopes, though, that it doesn't do that, though. Yeah. Because the reason being is the way that the UVs should be... Well, I will say that it still might be possible if the skirt texture is over the line area, right? We'll have to check that for sure. But
well, the issue, like, I'm not worried about it for armor.
You're talking about that even prior, right? That it's doing that.
I'm like, the worst case, like, it's not really an issue for armor when you're wearing stuff. The problem is when you're not wearing anything, because the bottom of the bottom of the skin texture ends and then goes to transparency, like one pixel, right? And then I think what I feel like is happening is like in Unity and stuff, it just like that is not staying as a sharp 1 pixel line to prevent that. And like I said, even in Blender and 3D Coat, I kind of notice it too. So if we can't even get it in those, like, how are we gonna get it? How are we gonna get such a sharp edge in there, but also have like all the other edges, like,
turn off anti-aliasing?
So anyway,
I understand your concern. I feel like if we do get that line issue though solved, it might not be an issue still. I understand trepidation still though. So.
We'll see.
And I keep my fingers crossed that it works. But in the case that it doesn't, we know the backup plan, which is add in a slight pixel buffer and call it a day. And we'll put that into the guides, and then we'll set up all the UVs so they're exactly the same. And every character we make forthwith will be updated. So I think that's fine. All right, let's do... Guess I'll do another human. Let's see. Should I do another human face and just get all the men's doll faces done, or should I do a lady face? Jump over to a lady face.
You can do like go to the store or something.
Huh?
You going to the store?
No, yeah, I'm like 10 minutes. I could at least start on something.
Okay.
Make sure this is saved. This is looking really good. I like this. This face turned out real nice. I think that's a clear upgrade. it's so weird because I look at this face like close up, and I'm like, looks great, and then I like zoom out into the brick house that is this body. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
If we still need to make some sizing adjustments or whatever, we can always do that. I'm not too worried about it. Like, oh, his eyes are too small or something. We can always make them bigger. Okay.
I think it looks pretty good. I think sit on it, and I mean, it's definitely good enough for what we need it for now. I think it could be a situation where we sit on it for a bit and then we come up with like, more critical feedback or something. But
bodies seem like paper doll to me because when the aggregates look pretty sweet. Yeah, I mean that's the other thing too. Is like, I mean, I do want to do. The plan is to do a skin update too as well for him and start doing a little bit more muscle paintings and structure and stuff, so they're not so. Some of the bodies are kind of soft, right? And so, all right, file open recent email texture update. Yeah, I'll set that. Oh, okay, that'll be.
I wonder if looking at the way the face looks in the Photoshop, it looks kind of squished. But on the model, it feels more spread out. So I wonder if I.
No, it's just because we have. I mean, maybe a little bit, but. I mean, I know some of the eyes are a little bit like, I mean, it's impossible to get them perfectly straight, right? It's a round object that we're trying to make flat, you know what I mean? So, there will be a little bit of tilt, but at least that's pretty damn straight, you know what I mean?
Well, just the whole face seems more squished, too, though. But I don't know.
Well, I mean, his nose will be.
Maybe that's what it is. It's the nose is fucking shit up.
So
I'm just. I don't want to.
Yeah, that will be broken. Well, there's no way you can't unwrap it to make it perfect with the nose and stuff. So that will squish a bit weirdly. So yeah,
it's fine. We're fine. It's fine. We're not UV. We're not going back to UVs.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think there's a way that you could like fix it so that it would be a non-issue, you know what I mean? So I think it's fine. There's, like I said, there's no way to get us like a 1-to-1 unwrap for some of the faces, right? Let's take a look at the ladies. Human lady. Which one am I making? It's kind of the weird, sad-looking one. I'll do the other doll face to knock that out. Because I did do the 01 already face repaint.
Any of the ones that you... Can you, if you did those ones or anything, can you just make sure you call them out in that thread?
I did. I put them in the checkout last night.
Okay.
But if you want me to put them into our chit chat, I'm more than happy to do that. But it's one of those things where I didn't know where to put it, so I put it in the character checkout, right? And you said don't do that now. So if you want, I can
just in our little group chat, we have those race-specific threads. You can just that's where I've been putting stuff. But just because you had already done that, and I don't know, I couldn't remember if you mentioned that or not. So
I did.
just so we're not doubling up is all.
Yeah. I'll have to update that Two-Face too last night. It was pretty late when I was working on it. So probably do a little bit more repaint on that too.
Edie
sorry, no,
says,
that's all
"Okay,
we're
I'm
doing.
petitioning for a cute ponytail on the female human." Okay, we can do that. And says bodies seem like paper doll to me because when the armor is
I read that one out, but
there's a second part to it. Unless one is RPing as naked barbarian, you don't see much of them and the bodies. I mean, we need to get that female bikini sorted properly.
There we go. Okay. There you go. It's posted in the thing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Not trying to bust balls here, just trying to make sure that we don't end up with sad pandas.
What the? No. Go to this level, please. Thank you. Right? Yeah, I'm in the right spot. Okay.
Having salmon, jasmine rice, and miso soup for dinner. That sounds pretty good.
Alright, I gotta make like Christian and Bale the stork, so.
Okay.
Because I need to get some foods.
I'll hold the fort until you get back, and then I'm probably gonna have to do the same thing.
Yeah, we can trade off.
Just
Yeah,
order
it's at least a
something.
little bit closer. I feel like I missed a little bit on this face when it was 4 a.m. last night and I was messing with this thing. All right. What was that? This one. All right. Just for funsies. There we go. Rah! All right. All right, be right back, everybody. I gotta run to the store real quick. I'm gonna leave the stream running, but you know, you guys can go over and watch Zukan do stuff and whatnot. I don't even know if there's anybody even in my stream, so. But I mean, we're just streaming it, so should be good. Feeling them just for me? Yeah. There you go. All right, be right back, everybody.
Hey, see you, man. Having a heat wave, but I still want miso. Dude, it's so hot. I have the AC running again. I've been having the AC going for a couple days now. It makes me not want to like stream and such, because that's why I don't have the part. Kind of the reason why I don't have camera on and too is like I don't want to turn on lights and cameras and shit. Just add more heat to this room. It's most comfortable situation. Breaking 100 here in SoCal, but it's been pretty tame so far this year. Yeah, it was pretty good up until August. I think August is typically like the hottest to my recollection, the hottest month of the summer. So it's been pretty good. I was thinking like, oh, I haven't had to use the AC for most of the summer so far. But now it's all happening all at once, kind of, so. I lived somewhere where I didn't have to use AC for most of the summer. Hey, Blue Queen of Dragons, how are you? I assume you dread the electric bill. Yeah, I'm not. That's why I don't like to use it if I can help it. But like, all my shit is in a 10x10 room here, so there's no real ventilation. Like, I have the one window, but the window is like facing the sun most of the day, so I can't really open that hot day. Wait, is this 2 videos with 1 chat? Yeah, Zbrushed and myself are doing a dual stream. However, Zbrushed just went AFK for 10 or so minutes. So it's just me right now. So heard from Zbrushed and Nick so far. Zukan, what drew you into working on M&M? I'm a huge EverQuest nerd, and one of the reasons I got into 3D game art and stuff was because I wanted to work on an EverQuest-like game. And so I was actually helping out with the Vanguard emulation project, and I was also doing some EverQuest asset remaster type stuff. I was working with the Lantern EQ folks for a little while, and I made some stuff for them. If I have any of it. Yeah, so let's see if these load. On you. Well, anyway, there we go. So I give up on it. So there's like the this old axe, and I made a. Oh, it's got a bunch of them. I did the mug too. So I kind of upgraded the model of these things, but what's cool about this is they're laid out on the same UV layout, so they can use the original textures on the new models, but someone else, I didn't do the textures for this, but someone also did the kind of upgraded the textures as well to a higher quality. Let me just open this. It's doing it weird, but yeah. So I did a bunch of these upgrades of the original model. It's gonna be like that, I guess. So I did a bunch of those, and then I heard about Sean's like stream doing the interviewing the EQ devs and stuff, and then I heard that they started making their own thing, their own game. And I was like, oh, that's cool, I guess. I didn't really pay attention to it for a while. And then I watched some of the interviews. And then I guess I was like, I caught one of his streams or something. And I saw that at that point they had the game running. It was still like the Pillboy stuff. But I was actually like, oh shit, they have like, they're actually like, because when people say they're going to do a thing, I don't believe them until they actually do the thing. So That's why I was like, when I initially heard that they were going to do the thing, I was like, okay, cool. But then I checked the stream and they actually did the thing, and I was like, oh shit. And so I kind of heard about it through there, and I think not long after I started following, they kind of put out a call for artists. So I was like, hell yeah, I'll throw my name into the hat. So I made the rat model that we have. I made the bat model that we have, and I made the snake model that we have. And those are the models that I used to get on the team, and those are still in the game right now. It's pretty cool. They got little touch-ups here and there, but they're basically the same things. And that's kind of it. Like, I got on pretty early on, and like I said, when I joined the team, everything was pillboys, and my job was to get rid of all the pillboys, replace them with actual assets. And so we slowly worked on that, worked through all that stuff. Did you make the beast snake pet? Yeah, I made we only have the one snake. I made the snake. I didn't animate him, but I made the model and I did a texture for it. We slowly got more folks on the team, and they all brought their expertise to the project, and things just kind of, things just got better and better as we got more skilled folks with bringing their cards to the table. Cool, so you are the reason I have to kill hundreds of bats and rats. And beetles. I did the beetles. I know everybody loves how many beetles we have in the game. You can thank me for that. Who did the spiders? They are really cool. So we have 2 spiders. I did one of the spiders, and Zach did the other spider. You need someone to provide scope creep? I think we're pretty capable of providing our own scope creep, to be honest. The Beatles are awesome. Yeah, I think so. I liked how the Beatles turned out. I put those on my portfolio. I think it would be nice to maybe one of these days go through, see if I can polish up the texture more so. Like, I feel like I've gotten better since then with like painting stuff. Can't wait till September 1st to actually really dive into the next playtest. Yeah. These longer tests make it easier for you guys to really sink your teeth into it at like a more comfortable pace, I think.
think he's having a stroke. What? I'm genius!
I love the beetles. I want a Beastmaster beetle pet so bad. Maybe. Be cool. Twitch ads in the middle of a conversation you were listening. Sucks. Yeah, I hate that. Sorry. But you can if there's anything that got cut off by ads, feel free to ask again or ask me to repeat anything again. That's totally fine. Because I hate that too when I'm watching stuff. I don't know why Twitch doesn't like. They started doing some of their ads as like kind of sidebar pop-up things, and that's like a way better way to do it because it doesn't disrupt things as much. Why they insist on continuing to do the ones that interrupt stuff. Lame. Unrelated question, but who does all the sound work for SFX and music? All the sound is done by Robert. Robert's the musician and the sound effects guy. He does it all. He's also like an actual legitimate rock star. He's got a band and they tour, do shows and stuff. That's the guy. I enjoy killing the variety of beetles, and the fire ones give me the night light drops. Yeah, I want to do something. I was talking with Nicodemus about the cinder beetles, because we have the fire beetles and the scarabs in the noob yard, and that's a collection of stuff. And then there's the giant versions in the dunes. And then there's like in the quarry, there's just like a boatload of more fire beetles. They're cinder beetles, though. They're technically a different beetle. So one of the things that's on my list, this is like a really low priority thing, but I'm going to actually make another beetle variant. And then I'm going to populate, I'm basically going to make like a cinder beetle. And we'll populate those with something different. At some point. Are they going to fly and land? No. I want to ride around on a cinder beetle, incinerating everything in my path. That'd be cool. How many tried to take on a blister beetle before and got owned? Yeah, those blister beetles will mess you up. I could see them doing a sidebar or have it that you could set it for full screen break. Yeah, I don't know. They just need to they need to not interrupt, like, because the thing is, it blocks the screen and it mutes the stream. Like, you can't even like. It's just it's just dumb how they do the ads on Twitch. I think they should I don't know. I think the best one that they do is when like the screen gets small, the video gets smaller, and then there's like the banner or something. Like that's already a little intrusive, but at least it doesn't like prohibit you watching the stream. Me too. Look me up next. Test. My main is Ellie, 20 Ellie Cinnifer. You guys playing it there? Robert's not robot, right? Yeah. So a loving robot is the kind of the one of the head dudes. We got 3 head dudes. Robot, a loving robot is the one that streams most. And then Robert, he doesn't stream. He just does the music and the sound effects and stuff. Do we not have mirror on? Termite beetles. Speaking of termites, with the Wood Elf town, I was trying to convince people to make like a bug dungeon, like a termite dungeon or something. I don't know if that's happening, but it's a cool idea. Yeah, Spider Dungeon is in-game beetle on beetle one would be awesome. Well, I was thinking termite specifically, so we would make like an actual termite, and it would be thematic for the Wood Elf place because termites eat wood. I don't know. That was Yeah, because we were talking about like, do we need a dungeon for Wood Elf Town, and not wanting it to be an orc themed one because that basically crush bomb. You know, trying to kind of do our own thing a little bit with it. So. You'd have a couple other underground dwelling creepy crawlies in the dungeon to flesh it out. Wood Elf Underground, Under the Roots have termites and larvae. Yeah, man. If anyone played Vanguard, there's that ant dungeon that's pretty popular. Channeling something like that. Cool. Okay. I don't know. This. I feel like there's things that could be done to improve this, but sure what I can do to really punch it up. I guess I could spend a little bit of time on the eyes here, and I'm looking good. I just need more contrast. What it's missing. That helps. Makes it pop a little bit more. Sorry if I'm being quiet. I'm just like painting away. Doing. Their symmetry's on before I start painting anything here. Ooh. Alright. Reading chat again. Yeah, like some sicko will make White's level drain for 24 real-time hours. Last test, people were complaining about light and night, so I linked my lantern and they called me a baller. Yeah, those lanterns are expensive though. That's why you're a baller for having one. It might have gone too dark on that. The angriest says, Is this a frowny gnome face or a smiley gnome face? They aren't in-game facial expressions, right? Looking frowny. I'm trying to make it like it's supposed to be like the one in the top right on the screen here. It's kind of like it's sort of like a stoic face with a slight expression, like he's kind of like slightly optimistic looking. I think the version I have is looking a little bit too depressed, so I need to like still need to noodle with stuff to figure out how I can get him a little bit more happy.
Okay, I am returned.
Come back.
Back. Took a little bit longer than I wanted to. I'm not gonna lie. Started out of the gate a little bit faulty. Couldn't find my freaking keys. I knew that they were not in their typical spot, so that was the good news. Where I was like, I know I put them somewhere. I just don't know where I put them.
It's never good.
New.
I don't want to say anal, but I'm kind of like, I always put stuff in the same spot so I know where stuff is, and when stuff is not where I put it, I'm like, oh fuck, I have no idea where this could be.
That is exactly what happened. I have a very designated spot for my keys, but I knew because I did workout the other day, right? And I got home and I just like threw a bunch of stuff here, and I think what it was is I have like running shorts that have like the little pouch in the back. And like I put my keys in there, and I forgot that they were in there, and then I remembered they were in there, and I was like, I should get these out of here, and I just put them on the counter in the bathroom, right? But it was one of those things where I walked out, and I'm like, I know my keys are not in the bucket, I just don't remember where I put them yesterday, right? Because they're not in the same spot.
There we go. He's looking a little more happy now.
Yeah, buddy.
Little tweaks to some stuff.
There's some. Yeah. Let me pull up. Yeah, he's actually looking pretty decent. I think there's a couple of spots that I might. You can just darken up some of the lines right here. Remember, I'm gonna let that fade. One of the things we have as humans, right? You have like, the fold here, and then normally you have kind of like looks like a little teardrop underneath there. That's kind of one of the things you have, and then that kind of comes into going underneath around the nose area. So I might kind of like try to work that in a little bit, and then obviously that comes down into your little pouch. You could put in just a little line there, right? And then like, and then from like the front, you could do like a little bit of the like just a little bit of shading in here, just to kind of break that out, right? Because this should actually be more forward. You have a shadow here, but that would actually be more like this. And then this comes down, and then dependent on how old you want them to look, right, around like the line of the nose, you could either like really make this harsh or not. You could always kind of fade it out slightly, right? And then what I've been doing is I've actually, with this line here, I've actually been kind of like lightly shading up here, but then I don't have any lines. It's just, this is a little bit of shadow, and then I have my highlight that can run up and down here, right? And that's kind of what I've been doing for that stuff, right?
I think I had a little bit of a stronger little whatever this is.
Yeah, a little
and it was
crease
looking
right there. Sure.
It was looking a little bit too much, so I was been like kind of pushing it back and forth.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things I've been doing is like I'll put in like a little bit of just a really light little shadow, like a little triangle almost, right? And then you can bring highlights off of that to kind of like bring that down. But again, basically what I'll do is then I'll kind of like blend that back out a little bit more. So then my this line that comes right here on there is kind of just gone. And then, like I said, I pull up some shadows from the edge of the mouth to kind of like fill that space in, but then I don't make it super harsh or anything like that, right? So that way I can kind of get some of those elements where I want them. And again, it just needs to be like a hint that it's there. It doesn't really need to be there. Because again, that's really, really dependent on like how deep you want that fold is how old you want the character to be. If you want it to be young, there's no line, right? Young people don't really have that. They'll have, like I said, they'll have like a little bit of a textural change because this part of your face does still go backwards, right? Towards like the little mouth spot. But like, again, the older the person, the more pronounced this line is.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Fucked up my brush palette.
Oh no!
I don't think I saved a preset for that there, so... Did I lose the goblin brush? I'm gonna be real pissed. See it.
Do this drop down right here. Oh, you didn't save out a M&M one, huh? Oh no, it's there. It's right there. It's right there. That's it, right there. Splatbush.
Okay.
I don't know. That's what I do with mine. That's exactly what I do with mine. I just named it M&M. Yep, exactly.
Oh, what the fuck?
Just do the add. That little, no, I think it's right. Yeah, there you go. No. I know what you're doing now. Now you're off on the, there you go. And then, well, that's not what I'd want to see.
Yeah.
Just go back to your default.
Well, this one has it, I guess.
Oh,
I can't rename this. Oh, rename folder.
Rename folder. M&M. And then you can delete the other one if you need.
Delete that. The fuck?
No, it'd be when you do the drop down, you do the right click on that, and you should be able to delete folder. There you go. Boom.
Fucking not ZBrush.
3D code. Yeah, you can blame ZBrush though. Screw frickin' Maxon. Yeah.
More complicated than it needed to be.
Yeah.
Beetle Jam, thanks for the follow. Mushroom, thank you for the follow 2 hours ago.
I gotta jump back into this because I had Jared that followed me like a few seconds ago.
Angriest says top right looks very optimistic. This one is stern, which isn't a bad thing. Big part of was the upward lines on the top right image coming from the mouth corners.
Oh, he's talking about the lines that are doing this off of the face. It's kind of got like these weird half lines or whatever.
Yeah, that's making him look optimistic. Add that.
Don't forget to save. Thanks, Dragonus. Appreciate you.
Eraser. Holy shit, my brush has changed again. I swear to God. Defaults. Go to brush.
M&M.
Oh my God, the folder. It's different.
No.
For the brush.
You named it M&M. You dingus.
I didn't
Getting
see
too
it.
flustered.
I didn't see it.
remembered exactly what you did. You're like, I don't know.
I didn't see it in the list. Okay, everyone, calm down. It's very warm in here. Okay, it's not my fault. So let me actually try this thing I was trying to do. Jesus Christ. Boop, 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 boop. Something to that effect. I guess we'll see. Good. Kinda does add something.
Again, just depends on how you want to construct the face. I'm gonna start over with these eyes. I'm not really happy with this. I mean, they're close though. I just don't. Maybe they're too high on angle. I mean, they're angled. Yeah, I guess that's closer to what it should be. Maybe I was a little bit too high on the angle on those. And then she's got like a little bit of a arc.
I think it's got to be a little lighter. Looks like it's coming right from the corners.
I was gonna say the other thing you can do with your Gnome guy too is you could start, instead of his shadow starting at the lower part of his nose, you could start it at the higher part of his nose, right? And kind of have it come off of this corner, right? Which would raise all that up a little bit more, which might be kind of nice. Oh, my music. My music! It has ended. You know what? I just want to listen to... Dude, I was really into the StarCraft freaking soundtrack, man.
Yeah, this StarCraft soundtrack's good.
Dude, it's so good. Just been getting back into it, and it's just like, oh, so good.
I also got rid of some of the shadow under the nose there, which I think helps as well.
I think that helped a bunch. Well, that's what I was kind of saying. If you like zoom in a smidge, right? Like you could put in a little like now you can kind of highlight this a little bit more, right? And kind of bring that out, and then kind of build on that. Because you do kind of have that like this line coming up there, so now you can kind of like highlight that a little bit, and then that will look kind of nice.
Both sides or just the top?
On micro expressions. I mean, like I've done a lot of facial research because I do a lot of character work. So, nothing with like micro expressions, but I've read a lot of books and looked at a lot of tutorials and stuff over how to build just facial structure. So.
Have you ever read any books on micro? I haven't. Nope.
I mean, one of the big things that kind of helped me learn more about faces is like when I'm sitting there brushing my teeth in the evenings, like normally I'm just like looking at how the light's hitting my face, and I'm just like, oh, well, when I paint, I should add that in the next time I'm doing textures and stuff. That's helped me a lot too.
Emotions Relieved is a great book for micro expressions.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool. Wish I could read.
Yeah, I mean, there's some interesting stuff with like doing like purse lines and like purse lines for like faces and stuff, where you're like having tension in certain areas of like the person's face to kind of show, you know, like what you want them to kind of like be. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It just depends on the expression that you want, right? And again, it comes down to what is the age of the character based off of that. So that's going to kind of change what those lines look like and that sort of stuff. Yeah, totally. Okay, I think I made these lines a little bit too dark. Because I need to give her more sultry expression, so it needs to be softer. Also, this area here you can see is a lot higher, so I'm going to bring that up a little bit on my face. A little bit too on the Angie side. Pull the Angies out of there. Yep. Ethnicity, age, and the person just changes the underlying tension looks. Yeah. Kind of comes down to, again, like a big part of that is basic constructions too of setting up the texture and stuff. I mean, when you're laying, again, when you're doing the thing where you kind of lay in, oh yeah, it's this part of the human body, and I've got these fat sections, and then I've got this ridge, right? And you know, I've got the cartilage that kind of comes through here, right? And you construct, you know, here's my orbitals, right? And you start building that stuff out. That's kind of where you can start seeing where, oh, there might be some tension lines right here, right? And so that's why I've kind of been saying definitely put together the body construction, right, of the actual, you know, the nice thing about our heads is they're very skull-like, right?
Oh my gosh.
Like, you can build
Viking
out
Figreet
these
is raiding with
characters basically
16
like one of
viewers.
those, lighting dummies and stuff, and it works really well. Oh, look out, it's Vic.
Vikik? Is it Vikik or Vikik?
Mm-hmm. Vikik.
Vikik the Great. Thank you for the raid there.
Vikik. Sorry.
Vikik?
Vic. Ick.
Vic? Vic.
Old Vic.
Vic. Are you up to playing some EQ2, bro? Thanks for raiding, dude. We're doing a dual stream right now. We're painting some faces. I've got a gnome face here, and Zach's got a female human
Working on
face.
his human face. We're having a face-off right now.
Cool. Need to paint like a little Travolta face on one of the gnomes, I think.
As long as we can do oh shit, fuck, I just knocked something over. What? Damn it, that needs to go over here. So I got a little
You do the
distracted.
faces for all races. Also, please do Travolta gnome would be good so hard. Yeah, well, so we just finished like a huge pass, like a final pass on UVs for all the characters. So as a result, some of the textures got a little warbly. So we're going through and fixing that stuff, but also trying to do like a little upgrade as we go. This is supposed to be kind of like cleaning up and final pass and enhancing what's there and that sort of thing. So
As long as if we do some vampires, we can make the vampires Nick Cage. Nick Cage is a vampire.
like in real life he is.
No, well, I mean, didn't you ever watch that movie with Nick Cage where he's like running down the street all crazy, screaming, "I'm a vampire"? That's why I was thinking about it.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh man, that's a great movie. That's like quintessential insane Nicolas Cage.
There's probably a bunch of Nick Cage movies I haven't seen.
That's basically his like state of being. the movies called Vampire's Kiss 1988.
I've seen that one for sure.
Definitely worth a watch for the entertainment. You haven't seen Nick Cage in a while? Dude, he's been in a bunch of stuff. Definitely, like, he's got some good films that have come out, too. Which is
Wasn't he in like Renfield recently or something?
yeah.
He was a vampire in that one too, I assume.
Yes, he was. Uh-huh.
He was Dracula, right?
That's what I say. Like once again, like Nick Cage, vampire. Straight up. Watching Marvel movies and anime mostly. I've been getting into Dan to Dan, and that's been a great anime so far. Although I will say the second season is not as good as the first one, sadly, so far. I don't want to rip it too hard, but because it's entertaining at least. But the first season of Dan to Dan, oh, that's an anime. Oh, you haven't done Dan to Dan yet? Oh, dude, season 1, the opening frickin' riff is an absolute banger. And then the second season, they're like, we're going to change the song like all anime does. And it's like, oh, it's just not as good, though. It's like, you should have gotten the same group to make the second season song, man. Oh, you just finished Black Summer? That's a pretty decent anime. Well, I need to watch it because a lot of people told me it's good. It's good. I actually was like, Dan to Dan, it doesn't look interesting or good. And then I'm like, okay, I'll watch the first episode. And I'm like, okay, it's good. Have you ever watched Cromartie High? I don't know if you're really into like Aqua Teen Hunger Force or like that style, like C Lab 2021. But the anime Cromartie High is very much Aqua Teen Hunger Force / C-Lab 2021, but anime, and it's amazing. I love it. It's not everybody's cup of tea because it's that weird comedy that not everybody's into, but I love random weird comedy. They had a bad swap of animation. Oh yeah. You haven't heard of Cromartie High? Trust me, do not watch Cromartie High and expect like good animation. You watch Cromartie High because their budget was so low that they couldn't afford to do all the animation, so they had to write an amazing script. Cromartie High is pretty old at this point. Yes, it is. But also the animation is not the point. The fact that the way that they write the episodes around how bad the animation is the funny part. It's like a bit gag that they put in the very first episode. They're like, oh, you want to see more about this anime? Go read the manga. Like, again, they literally just make fun of themselves a lot, too, which is great. I like those self-aware animes, right?
Get some more darks.
Yeah, it's about high school delinquent gangs, but the schools are basically schools for delinquents is basically what it is. So it's still them going to school and shit. Oh god, it's so funny. The opening gag, I mean, like literally the first gag grabbed me so good that I was just like, I gotta watch this whole series. I don't care how good or bad it is. The opening gag is just so funny that oh man. Like I said, it's that C-Lab / Aqua Teen Hunger Force comedy kind of stuff where it's just random stuff but funny. Wonderful. Have a good time. Again, go have a beverage, watch the show, or just have a really good time, man, because again, it's all about the comedy. And I'm a very big like stickler for animation, but I have a soft spot for well voice acted and good anime in that regard. So that's one of them. And you don't have to watch the dub. You can watch the English version, and it's just as good. So, because again, good and funny voice actors. I love it when the voice actors in anime, they know the assignment, right? For dubs specifically. I mean, shit, the anime versions are always the subtitle normal versions. Those voice actors always know what the hell they're doing, but sometimes the English voice actors not as good.
Okay, I think I'm getting to a point with this where it's good enough. It's at least good enough for what we're trying to do. I'm sure there's ways we could critique the hell out of this and get it way better.
I mean, we can always push it further. I mean, ultimately, it's up to you, man. Right? Like,
I mean, I feel like it's pretty solid. It feels like one thing I'm always trying to push myself out of is
taking crazy pills.
I tend to end up with stuff that doesn't have enough darks, like stuff is just too mid-tone, and
Yeah.
also getting like a good spread of tones, because sometimes it's like I get like pretty mid-tone and then I do have some dark spots, but it's kind of collected. So like I'm looking at this guy and I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm wondering if some of the
you gotta soften a little bit coming off of his nose for sure. Like right in there, definitely. Just because there's like a weird dark line that's going all the way around his nose area, and that really, like, I just grab like this color like over here and just drag that through here and just kind of clean that up. Just to break that line up, because you had basically like this shape going on around your character's nose. It's like that's not how that kind of is. So I think that'll help if you break that little section up and just bring that line down. Yeah, perfect. I think that'll do. The other thing too is maybe I'd shrink this shadow there a little bit. There's a lot of shadow there, but like, remember where your light's hitting, or if your light's hitting him in the face, right? Like you'd have a highlight here, right? And then this would be pretty highlighted, right? There, you'd have one here and then a little spot here. And that's where your highlights would be hitting, because you got to think about where is the light hitting. Additionally, like, this would probably be a little bit of shadow because it's this kind of like runs, and then you normally kind of have like a shadow like this underneath your face. So yeah, there's still some things that we can do to kind of push that stuff, but I think overall it's a improvement. Oh, do you want to? Oh yeah, you like, I forgot if you wanted me to do any more like eye demo stuff. Because I know that's something you were kind of talking about.
Yeah.
So.
How do you feel about what he's got right now?
I think overall it's good, but there's a couple of things with that. So like, let's kind of look at like, I'll just do another eye real quick here, just kind of show the like kind of how I do it, where I'll basically I kind of like paint halfway down with a dark color, then I'll like go in with like a really dark color for pupils and stuff. I don't know, it's triangular. So then I'll like add my pupil in just to make sure that I've got that kind of set up. And then once I kind of have where that's located, right, where it's like, ooh, maybe I didn't get that centered, right? So I kind of get this, you know, I get my dot to the right spot. That's when I'll start kind of like pulling a little bit of circle around the circle, because normally that's kind of highlighted on your eye. And then, yeah, I'll just think about the cone. So like looking at it kind of from an angle, I'll start kind of pulling in those darks down from the top and then pulling. So basically I get kind of like, there's like a sea of light here. Like if you think about it like this, like there's light right there. And then I pull this whole interior, the closer I am to the eye, this is all dark. And then what I'll do is I'll highlight my eye right there, right? If that kind of makes sense. And then from there you can kind of do, you know, oh, I want to do a little bit of back and forth with the dark and lights to get more eye, you know, the little I forget what it's called, but the little connectors and details that are in the eye area in your corona. But overall, I you know, I think it's better than the ones I've seen in the past that have been done. So I think you're starting to get used to that stuff.
Try do it again. See if that's.
Yeah. Again, make sure you're putting the dot down in the center. Make sure once you kind of get that half, you know, where it's that dark and light. And again, it's kind of like half of the eye basically is in dark and light, and then once that's kind of done, then you can kind of put in your pupil in the middle. Oh, Vic, sadly I gotta go cook for the wife some food. She's hungry? Well, that makes sense.
All right, Vic, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the raiding, dude. Good one. I'm gonna have to do food soon as well.
Yeah. And then how docile you want your character is how big you want your pupil. So if you want them like real chill, you give them the big pupils, right? If you want them like real intense, you give them really small pupils. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how I dictate my pupil size. Like, what is the intensity of this character? Really, really intense character, small pupil. Not very intense character, bigger pupil. Because tiny pupils normally indicate like aggression, right? Dilated pupils are kind of like you're not, you know, you're either in the nighttime or you're relaxed, right? But constricted ones are normally like when you're really fucking pissed. High stress. Yep, Zer's got it. And then the fun part is you can always try to make it a little bit three-dimensional, right? Like, think of the cone that I was talking about. So then you can kind of like, ooh, it'd be dark at the base, and then I pull, and then I kind of make it look like that cone shape that I had. Because when Zukan and I talked, it was like, oh, how do you make this eye thing? I was like, oh, you think about the eye like it's a cone, right? And then like, how would the lighting be? So it's like you'd have shadow up here at the top of the cone, and then you'd have your highlights here at the bottom of the cone, right? And then you have your pupil in the middle, right? Yep. Zera's kind of got that. Also, upward lines from the eyes and the corners of the mouth for happy, down for angry, right? So. I definitely put a little bit darker shadow. I mean, like, this is looking a lot better, not gonna lie. But just a smidge darker, just right up in this section between that eye. It doesn't have to be much, but like a little bit more dark. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Don't need any more than that. But that just kind of, again, you want to give it that cone shape, right? So kind of go to the side, right? Of the character, right? And when you zoom in, right? Like, again, you have like that cone, right? And think about it in that regard. Yeah. And where would that shadowing be? And then it's okay if your pupil kind of blends in a little bit with that top pigment. You know, it's okay if it blends in a little bit, and then you can always pull it back out with some dark color, and then that's, you know, that'll give you the kind of really nice feeling. for your eyeballs. Because again, like you have to remember, a big part of it is again, your eyes going back in that cone shape, but you also have this lid that's casting that shadow over it too, and so that'll give you that dark feel to it. And then you always can put like a little bit of highlight right underneath that pupil spot, and that'll always kind of pull that out a little bit too. So that way, if you're feeling, oh, the top's getting too dark, you can always pull the pupil out a little bit with some highlight, and that always kind of helps that just look a little bit nicer. So. Then we could always get into how the reflections on the eye need to work. Typically, you'd have, and it depends on like the environment they're in, but you have like your primary, right, highlight, and then you would have this little highlight that always appears secondarily on the opposite side, just a lot smaller. Because what that means is the light's actually hitting through your eye, and actually like
too close to the.
Yeah, I normally don't. You normally don't put the highlight on the pupil. You normally put it. It's normally this weird transition point between your the iris and the white of the eye is kind of where that normally chills out. And then again, the other one is normally on the other side of the eye. And the reason why that is because your eye, like. It's because of the shape of the eye, right? The shape of the eye kind of does this. And so, like, the highlight will hit on one side and then appear on the other side because the light is going through it. And it's because of that shape, right? So that's why you get that weird juxtaposition there. And then they normally go with the same direction, right? You don't want it mirrored, right? Because, whoops, I put that in the right spot.
Is the light coming from one direction?
Because the light's coming from one direction, so it'll go cast through your eyes kind of the same way.
Pipe says, how do you add the color layer, like skin tone, on the armor weapons? I noticed y'all do everything in gray, but when we see it, it's got color. It's done with the game engine. The game engine colors stuff for us. So we can do everything in grayscale, and then just throw it in game, and we can have a bunch of different colors kind of tossed on top of it, depending on speed.
Oh, I'm not running on symmetry anymore. Like, why is that not doing what it's supposed to be doing on both sides of the character?
The angriest? Oh, I keep saying angries. The angriest autist says, will we have a wide range of character facial emotions, different dispositions like grumpy, sad, optimistic, and the like? We're going to try and... We don't have any dynamic means of changing expression or anything like that. We're just painting the faces, and it's kind of like stuck like that. So whatever face you pick is the face that it's gonna, it's always gonna have that expression or that lack of expression. So we're trying to do like kind of a it depends on the race, first of all, because I think goblins would be have more expression than, say, well, like a human, I guess. I don't know. So there'll be a range, but it depends on a number of factors. And you just kind of pick the face that you like. That's that. We're trying to.
It would be cool if we had the tech to do it, where we could change faces and stuff, but we do not. It would be a challenge with how.
Have to redo it.
Oh, he's just saying, are we going to make more faces that have emotions to them in them? The plan is to have at least 3. The goal would be to have 3 emotive faces, so 3 different faces for emotion. So, just in generalities, happy, sad, angry, right? And then 3 what we're calling doll faces, where it's a face that is kind of not really has an expression, because normally your expression would be kind of asymmetrical. But yeah, okay, perfect, yeah. So our goal is to hopefully have 3 and 3. That number might vary based on certain characters and stuff, but that's kind of our goal there. So we'll have like 3 characters with frozen expression kind of emotions, and then 3 that are just no emotion, very straight face.
I mean, I wouldn't say that it's as cut and dry like that. I wouldn't commit to saying 3 versus 3 because it, like I said, it depends on the race and it depends on what we want for each race. Like what kind of vibe. It's I don't think it's. It kind of puts us in a bit of a box.
There should be no doll face goblin faces.
No, I'm just saying that we shouldn't like say that we have X amount of this and X amount of that. I'm just saying.
Oh, I think that's why we're saying the target goal would be that. But
the target goal is 6 options for like everybody. You know what I mean? Like the split of things is kind of up to us on a case by case as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? But I mean, if it could make sense that we end up with like it split like that, and if that's fine, if that's where we end up, that's fine. But I mean, I don't think we should like press ourselves to have 3 of each for everybody. You know what I mean?
I think that's an admirable goal to try to shoot for 3D each, personally. But like you said, it can vary based on how many faces we make for whatever characters, right? But yeah,
it depends on how we define it as well, because like we were talking about with the ogre faces, like there was the scarred up ones that kind of fit in that category, I guess, even though there isn't really an expression.
well, again, I kind of roll back around to the fact that what I said before is we really should kind of break down some of the faces, because some of them look so samey, and that it would be good to go, hey, maybe we should do an expression in this face instead. You know?
Yeah.
Because that'll break it apart from the other ones. So, like, something like that face, for example, might be good to make an expression. Or not. I don't know. But it'd be good to kind of sit down and go, hey, which one of these do we want to, like, throw an expression on? And again, if the goal to start would be to just even do 3 faces per, right? That's great. But, like, again, I feel like the goal should be 6. And I do feel like having an even split is equal. Right, so that's, and if we end up with more, that's great. But again, I kind of circle back to, I think having at least a minimum of 3 and 3 is kind of a nice feel, because it gives a good amount of options without feeling overbearing. And you know, that's one of those things where I think the cool thing about the emotion faces is that we can make them kind of neat. I don't want like oh, this race doesn't get any doll faces because again, I don't like the emotion faces personally, but I think there's something to making them, so that's why I think it's good to split it, or even if you want to do
I'm not
a
arguing
a 4-2
that.
or whatever.
I think really what I'm just saying I'm kind of getting at is like I don't think I would be just uncomfortable kind of promising like specific numbers of specific things.
Oh
so.
yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well,
Like-
again, that's like I said, the ideal goal. The ideal goal is to get 6. We're aiming for can we get 3 before early access? So
Yeah.
again, like we keep saying that over and over again. So
I just don't want to get to a point where we're either like, oh well, we promised this, or
we're shooting for a target of 6. We don't know where we're gonna land in between there. Our target that we would like to have, our nice to have, the thing that we would love to be able to do would be 6. We'll see what we can get to.
yeah.
And again, we can still make more faces after we hit early access. That's why I'm like, I don't feel uncomfortable with saying we can probably hit 6 eventually. It's a process, not a plan. Exactly. I mean, I feel bad that we're gonna go for 3, right? And then after early access, we hit another 3, right, for some of the classes, and then it'd be like, well, I really like that other face, and it's kind of like, well, that got added later, so you're gonna have to make a new character, right? And
I don't know.
Be what it'll
People keep getting hung up about that thing that like I don't know that having some functionality to change your face would be something that we wouldn't do. It's not a game-breaking thing, in my opinion. EverQuest has a thing you can change your face on the fly. At least in P99, I think
really?
it was.
Oh, that's cool.
So
I didn't
like,
know that.
I don't think it's something that we should like stress about. Because like if we're gonna add more stuff like that, like either we need to like have a conversation and decide which way we're gonna go. Because if it is a situation where we're gonna add new faces and never have the ability to change a face, then maybe we would probably need to prioritize faces over that thing.
I just don't know how it's handled in data, and that's the one thing where I would have a concern with that.
It's just a numerical value.
Is it? Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah, like all the faces just have a numerical value, and all you need to do is like just change that.
Gotcha.
So if we just had some way for players to like in EverQuest, like I said, you could do like /face. It would bring up a thing. There wouldn't even have to be in character create. You could do this on your level 60 in the middle of a forest. It would pull up the thing. You could change all your stuff.
Gotcha.
So like, I mean, I don't know what kind of like problem that
Trust me, I would not be opposed to adding a barber shop because I think that would be real nice. And then the barber shop, you can go over and just change your character.
I think we should do that. I don't like if barbershop would be good for that, for people to be able to do that, as well as adding another time like a coin sink in the game, which isn't a bad thing to have. But like even if bar that, like just having like some user interface that just changes it should be fine too. Like it's not like it's gonna break any game shit, you know. It doesn't change your name, so it's not like you can like go into witness protection and then like pretend to be somebody else.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, I don't think we should stress about that. It would be nice to get like as much options as we can in at launch, because it's more fun. It makes us look good, and all that jazz. But yeah, I don't think we should stress about like what
Well, that's what I said.
consequences
It's a
of
nice
adding
to,
stuff
it's a
later
nice
on.
to have, but it's not a guarantee, right? So
Yeah.
as I've been saying to a lot of people, it's like we're shooting for 3 per male, female, right? And hopefully we can hit that target. Fingers crossed, right? But we'll see where we can get, right? I would like, and again, I would like to stress that I'd like to shoot for 6 if we could. And
Yeah.
even if we can't make it prior to early access, I'd still like to shoot for 6 eventually. So I would like that, again, like I said, it would be a great target to go for eventually when we go to 1.0.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Like 6 is
Mhm.
a good target.
Yep.
No arguments from me about that.
Yeah.
The face wizard. If there is a face changing, I prefer it at least a simple in-game lore.
I did pitch a mob that's a doppelganger that when it attacks you, it just randomly turns into somebody on the party, has their abilities, and it's like one of your party is attacking you. It literally has their name. And so, like, all of a sudden, it'll just be like that person fighting you, and you're like, oh my god, what the hell is happening? Like, their gear, their backpacks, everything, the weapon they're using, the skills and abilities that they have, like, oh my god, could you imagine? I just want to see the party that all of a sudden, like, has, like, why the f are you attacking me? Also, a mimic. I mean, mimics are a little bit different because they're just an object that attacks you. But yeah, totally. Okay, I think I got this face hitting a little bit harder on the what. Yeah, no, that's the whole idea. Is like the doppelgangers would take the shape of whatever target they're looking at and just completely duplicate them. So if there was somebody running around in their skimpies, then the doppelganger would be in their skimpies.
Hey, Tom Song, thanks for the follow. Stream.
I don't think the doppelganger would have their stats though. That's the thing. But yeah, you could cheese the transformation when they attack you if you had nothing on and then were able to put on all of your gear again. Sure, but still, that's quite a investment to try to cheese the doppelganger to be able to like, oh, I gotta take all my gear off and then put it back on again. It'd be funny more than effective. Oh, absolutely. The fact that one of your party members is like ripping off their clothes to be able to like, look, I'm not the doppelganger. But that's kind of what I was talking about too. It wouldn't just take that shape once. It would kind of pick and choose who it would want to be at a certain point. So maybe it would be like, what ability do I really want to use now? Ooh, I want to be the fighter. I'm going to switch into him, and then they change into the fighter, and then they can use the fighter abilities for a while, right? So it's not like it's like, oh, they changed into this guy one time, and that's the whole fight. You're just fighting that one guy. They can stance dance. Yup, exactly. At least that's what I kind of pitched, was that they'd pick the proper target for the thing that they would want to do. So like, you know, oh, I want to backstab this dude. Oh, it's the rogue. Oh, I want to straight up tank this guy. Oh, it's the fighter. Oh, I want to throw some like damage spells. It turns into the mage, right?
So the best way to fight it would be to just have everybody send their donkey in to punch it to death.
That would be kind of funny, though.
Combat donkey.
It's the only kind of donkey I'm gonna own.
Any other suggestions on this?
A donkey with a bunch of like spikes and plates and stuff. Ooh, that'd be actually kind of a neat armor. Like to get like an armor that could actually be like, you know, more combat stats for the donkey.
So save this. Decided the nostrils are looking weird too. Do something about that real quick.
Oh, there's a neat little thing that I do with the nostrils too. I'll paint the one side closest to the edge of the nose. I'll paint that dark, like as dark as I want to go with it. And then the inner part, I'll kind of like blend that out a little bit, put a slight little highlight on it, and then it'll make your nostrils kind of have like some neat little 3-dimension to it, where it's like the light is kind of bouncing and going up towards the back of the nose, right? And so you can kind of faux out the nose a little bit more, which is kind of nice. Paint some fake depth in there. Donkey Barty with Thorns passive? Exactly. All right, Dragoose. Thanks for swinging by. Thank you
Dragon,
so much for the
thanks for
subs.
hanging out. Thanks for the subs, dude.
Yeah, dude. Actually, I think this month's subs are going to go towards me getting a new slip sheet cover, because I put on a new slip sheet cover and then it started chipping and scratching and shit. And I'm like, fuck, I gotta get another one. So that's what this month's subs are going to be for, is making it so that I can paint more and not all of a sudden, like, while I'm like drawing across the screen, go because there's like a big old gouge zone on my slip sheet, right in the middle where I like really like to draw stuff. Oh, this is a neat little thing that I figured out too while I was screwing around with these eyes, was if you do a thing where you split... No, never mind. Scratch that. Man, yesterday I was messing with some stuff and I was like, ooh, that got a really cool result. And then I don't remember what I did, honestly, so it's fine.
Beautiful. What? Merged. Oh, I didn't merge the wrong. Painting on the wrong layer. It's all good.
Oh boy.
I was trying something and it didn't work.
Oh.
I don't like how his nose is so framed like this still.
Do you want to send it over to me and then just to kind of like have me kind of like scribble on them a little bit and kind of follow along and then see kind of like pick up some stuff and then you execute on it?
We send it. Let me see, where did I put it?
Because I think you're damn close. That's why I think. Oh, it's too big for frickin' Discord?
No, I just...
Oh.
File location.
Gotcha.
Did you hear the Windows error sound? You hear these sound effects, by the way?
I did not hear the Windows error sound effect. Oh, is that the... Oh, I didn't know they updated that.
No, that's my thing. How loud that is, so I apologize.
Did.
I have a Sean one in here somewhere as well. Forget which one it is.
Quick question. When was the last time you hit save?
Oh, nice.
I am looking for...
Wait, what is this? This is Wings of Liberty? Alright, cool. Alright. Sorry, my music was like freaking me out. I'm like, oh no, am I gonna get demonetized for having some frickin' opera music going on? It's like, nah, it's Wings of Liberty. Alright, cool. Trust me, I really want to... I found this new band called Night Versus, and they are quite good. I've been enjoying the hell out of them, but I can't play them because obviously then I couldn't run any VODs or nothing on it, so...
Ubinon, thank you for the follow. And welcome. How long have we been going? 4 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to I'm sending this to you and we'll do a little bit here, but I'm also feeling like I'm...
Well, if you want to go grab some food and stuff too, I can always hold it until you grab some food, and then you can just chill out and watch while I work. You know, when you get done with your food stuff, swing on back with your plate, and you can chow down while I mess around with the Gnome gnomes.
Let's just do it now, and then I'll just bail. I sent you the 3D coat file in Slack.
In Slack. All right, you got a mouse. Let's grab him. What download. All right, save my Galleronis here. She's starting to feel much closer. I feel like once again I was making the other one a little bit too angry. I think I gotta do a little bit more angle here, but otherwise she's good.
Yeah.
All right, let's open this man.
He looks real pissed.
Yeah, I gotta take out a little bit of that. I mean, both of them kind of have that look though. It's just getting it a little bit more dialed into what's there. So
yeah, that one has a bit of a glare. It's kind of like an angry eyes thing.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of weird because I don't feel her eyes are actually that angry. They're just kind of
angular. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, like this guy's looking pretty good, I think. Okay, so we're gonna kind of jump in here, right? I'm gonna start kind of like laying out a little bit more of like his eye shape, because that's one of the things that I really want to do. So we're gonna pull that, kind of goes on there. And then normally with your faces, you kind of have this shape. You have this little teardrop that kind of like pops out underneath your eye right here. Something you normally don't really pay attention to, but it's there. And then normally this kind of goes over the top. Probably can thicken up these eyelashes a little bit more. And then I'll probably want to pull a little bit of this over here. Because again, I want to pull that shadow up. Oh, I should have done this on a different fucking layer. God damn it. Well, we'll have the original. Actually, what I can do is I can just import the original one and then export the other one, right? So his eye is not quite circular either, which is kind of an issue. And again, if you really need to, sometimes what I'll do is like I'll just draw when I get to that pupil part, like where is that circle, right? So that way I get a nice circular pupil prior, and then I can just erase what I don't need.
Was the pupil wasn't round or the whole eye?
Yeah, the pupil wasn't circular. It was kind of this shape, right?
Well, that
Where
was
kinda
part
like
of the.
it was wider at the base, and then like
That was part of that overlay shadow thingy that we did. But I guess the pupil would be darker than that.
Well,
It's fine. It's fine. I fixed it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I see what happened. Yes. Okay. I understand what you're saying now. It just was probably more of a lighting thing than anything, where it was just looking like it wasn't there. Yeah.
Yeah, because I added that darker layer on the top, and I just painted over the iris.
Mm-hmm. So again, one of the things is you kind of have these lines out here. They're not connected to anything. The lines in your face typically are like coming from your eye and not just out in space, right? So if we want to do those three lines, we would do something like it's kind of emitting from the eye itself. Because again, those are kind of where those lines kind of emerge from. And again, if we want to do a little bit more, how do I want to say this? Like the lighting, to make this look a little bit round, you're going to add in a little bit of shadowing here and here to kind of just bring out the roundness, because you want the shadow to kind of convey depth, right? And so shadow normally is going back into space, right? And then lightness is coming out of the space, right? So shadows go down, light goes up, and so oops, I accidentally sketched that. And so you want your eyelid to kind of have like a little bit of shadow right here. Then it comes up to that highlight, right? Because that's where you want that height to come up, and then you want it to go back to shadow on the other side a little bit, and then you can again have this kind of go back to highlight, because again the light's catching it once on the other side. And again, you can do something like this where you kind of bring out this line right here. Now, granted, this is more of an angry line, so let me actually pull that back a little bit. I want the line to go this way, because this line coming off of your face is normally a happier line coming off the brow here. Again, depends on how happy you want him. If you want him very happy, right, you can always bring this down a little bit more too, based off of that, right? All right, so let's clean up this nose a little bit. So again, you normally have off of the edge of this eye, you'll have like a little bit of a dark spot, just because there's not a lot of light hits there, and it's kind of that corner of the eye. There's like a little divot kind of that sits in here, right? And typically, depending on, like, again, age of person, this can go way out here, right? These can go across more, right? So there's some ways to age somebody up in that regard. And then, like, the other thing you want to do is pull this down a little bit more.
Yeah, I was kind of not putting a lot of wrinkles around there, because every time I did, it made him look sad or old.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you don't need to make it wrinkles. It can just be a value shift right here, where I'm not adding in I'm not doing this, right? Where I'm like adding this. I'm just kind of making it a value that exists here. To kind of just give it a little bit of definition without making it hyper detailed. But what I am going to do is I'm going to come in and kind of faux in a little bit of like lines, kind of, just to give a little detail in here. And like, then when you zoom out, like, oh, he's not actually that old, right? But I still have a little bit of detail in there without it just stripping out everything, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's why around the nose area it gets darker, because I was trying to add, like, I was attempting to get the shape of the eye without adding something that made him look like he was older.
Yeah, like a grandpa. Yeah, no, I get you. I see what's going on there. I mean, one of the things you have to be a little bit okay with is like pulling in some values up into some areas, right? And then kind of working that area until it fits the shape and desired space that you want. Trying to think of the right word I want to use there. The desired values and shapes, I guess. For that sort of stuff.
Hey, Siren, thanks for the pizza money, dude. I could really use it. I could go for a pizza right about now, dude.
Get that Red Baron?
Yeah. I went to the grocery outlet.
We need to make you a little Red Baron icon for when they like donate you pizza money, man. Like
I have the Money Hat song.
Like
that's
the little tri-wing airplane.
I should make a little piece. I keep saying I'm gonna make like a little music video for that thing, and I just don't have the time. But I should definitely add like a little Red Baron pizza in the music video.
I got a little pizza icon I could send if you want it.
Well, I don't. Nah, I'm good, dude. It's got to be.
It's like a 32 by 32 pixel image. It's great.
That's a good looking slice.
Yeah, dude. I made that for a back patch for due process. that's what half my icons are, due process icons. Like my little skull, I made that skull as a back patch. The little dumpster fire, that's a back patch. The donut, that's a back patch. So I already made all that stuff for a different game, but it's still fun because it kind of works, you know. All right, so then, so nose stuff. All right, so here's kind of where, like, I'd probably add just a little bit of definition here, just to kind of pull out the crease, and then what I'd do is I'd pull in a little bit of highlight here, just to pull that away. And again, kind of just building this out a little bit for...
You're adding a highlight right next to that shadow right now?
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Because what that's going to do is it's going to just pull out his nose a little bit more right there. Oop, shit. Frick. Let me focus on that a little bit more. Yeah. And I would put like the little highlights here. This kind of shadow gets pulled up a little bit. And then from here, right, I've got my interior, right? So I'd kind of end my face here. And then we've got these little shadows that kind of wrap up. So let's re-add those.
Did you do that from the pupils or the edge of the...
I did it from the edge of the eye. Like I said, I kind of do this, right? And then this is kind of where I want stuff to end, but that's going to be like this stuff, right? So all this, we still get the extension of that mouth, right, to where we want it, but really like... And then what I'm going to do too is I'm going to grab some of whatever my dark colors are, whatever your darkest color is, and then I'm going to put that into this part of the mouth, right? Because that's like the underlip, that's the furthest part, and I'm going to just kind of blend this in. So that way I kind of get a little bit of a dark to light kind of scenario. And then what you can do is grab this and kind of do like a little, you do like little V's, right? Little chevrons kind of down to the edge of the mouth, and that'll give you like a little bit of like lip. Oh, there's detail here. Oh, the other thing you should do too, right on the top half of this would be light, right? On the top half of that, just to pull that mouth shape out, and then you do your little 11s, right? The sides of the mouth, you get your like a little number 11 right there, and then you can kind of pull the highlight off of that. Kind of give that. Oops, that's not what I want to do. There we go. And then I'd kind of pull a little bit into this. I mean, you kind of got that going on right there. Great. And then normally what you can do is you can pull in a little bit of this highlight back up from the jawline, right? Because you'd be having light hit right here on the jawline. And then you can kind of pull that back. So the cool thing about these faces is even though they might be like wide or weird, we can get different shapes to the faces based off of how we highlight and shadow them, which is kind of neat. I've been messing with that a little bit, and it works pretty good. So again, I'm going to jump back up to this nose. I'm going to pull this down a little bit. Because now that I've gotten my... So if you think about the eye breaking into parts, you've got this area right here, right? You've got this area right here, and in between there you have this section, which can connect into this little face meets section right here, and that will let you be able to break those two pieces apart. And again, this is kind of where I was talking about like doing some nose stuff, where you can have a little bit of like highlight or shadow into here, kind of showing like, hey, there's a bone that exists right here, right? Like if I break this down into how I was doing it before, you have this, right? You've got this, and then you've got these bones that kind of like run right here, right? If we break that apart, and so you're going to want to add in a little bit of this. Right?
I don't want to deviate from the shape of the nose on this one, at least.
On that one too much.
So I'm gonna keep it kind of like
wait. Yeah, let me look at the concept or the image. So, yeah. I want gnomies. Yeah, I should be looking at that too. That's probably my bad. So let's take a look at our Mr. Mans. Come here, Mr. Mans. There we go. Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah, okay.
I
Well,
think
this looks nice. Yeah,
what
okay, so yeah, we don't need that. What we can do though, because I do see that he does have a little I don't know if you noticed, but on the concept he kind of does have this going down the side, so he does actually have that highlight. It just depends on where you want to put that. If you want it to be a little wider, then that makes sense. We can put that a little bit wider then. But it's still, that line is there on the image. Is this if I pull this up, is that oh here? Oh, I can just download that image. I want to download it to you. Yes, there we go. So downloads. Here we are. Hello, faces. So if you look on this dude, right, and we zoom in on this Mons. Oop, come on. There we go. You can see that that line does exist right here, right? There is that line. It's just way out on the sides of the face for the nostril.
I
So
mean,
that
that's
does
just
exist.
that's just the break between the main nose and the nostrils, though. It's not like
Right. No, I
constructional.
understand that, but it's kind of for this. It's like way out here, you know, and we can
Yeah.
add that in.
Yeah, I
But that
kind
is
of
what that is.
I
Yeah,
kind of
but
have
we
that.
don't-
It's probably too subtle, but
Yes. Yeah. I would definitely just I don't think you have to push it too hard, but I definitely would add in a little bit of that. I'd definitely add in a little bit of this for highlights on those bits. And again, a big part of it is, okay, so if this is how it needs to be, right? Then this is how it needed to be, right? And this is where this can kind of go. And then yeah, you can blend this out. This doesn't have to be super harsh or nothing, but again, that's determining where our highlights and shadows go, because now I can kind of shadow some of this in a little bit and use that same kind of line that we had and kind of fill out those elements that we want to use for the design. Sorry, I'm looking at how his forehead is and kind of drawing in the lines where that forehead.
I was just looking at how you softened the break between the nose and the.
Oh yeah. So I basically, like, once I laid in my like little corner line here for like around his eye, and then like what I did right after that was I put in this little like shadowy doodle, right? Then all I did was I kind of just grabbed this color like right here from his cheek and then just brushed this back and forth until I kind of bridged that area. And then even if you feel like, oh, I don't really like these lines right here, you can push those back until it feels right. But again, you have to remember that this is technically the shape that his nose kind of would be, right? Like if we were looking at like breaking that down, but we can kind of just hint that exists, you know, a little bit of shadow, and then just back away from it. Okay, it's good, right? Because his nose is technically doing this, right? Which is fine, but we don't need to bracket that out. We can let the light and shadow kind of do that for us, and then I know that his nose shape is kind of a bell, but I'm trying to give him a little bit more, you know, shape to this thing. We're not trying to make the old one. We're trying to take the old one and make it look more realistic, right? And so that's kind of where it's like, I want that bell shape, but I also want to like add in that little nostril kind of spot.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think I'm pretty happy with like what I've got here.
Hell yeah.
I'm basically
not
the
watching
part
your
like I said, I'm
video,
trying to
but-
struggle is
Oh, sorry.
just losing the line that has created.
Oh yeah. So like
around it.
basically, remember you have like your apple of the cheek, right? That's kind of like this area here. I'm just gonna draw in dark color. You kind of have this area right here. That's like the apple of your cheek, right? All you need to do is kind of like grab this section and like just pull that upward, right? And that'll get you kind of that shape if that's kind of what you're thinking. So
No. Well, I mean that's good to do. Yes, I will get to that one. But I guess what I was referring to was losing the line that is outlining the nose shape. That's what I had, and that's what I was not happy with. Like even still, like the shadowing around the nostrils here is just so strong that it's just creating like a line around his nose. So I'm just trying to like.
Oh, you mean around the nostril or around the nose itself?
I mean, it's now that we've done the bit to the bridge of the nose, it's better there. But it was before we started this. It was the entire nose, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, you're talking about like when we first started out. Yeah. No. Well, I mean, you can continue to soften this downward too if you need, right? Like, again, a big part of this is like our brain. The cool thing about the human brain, we'll fill in like what the hell is going on in between here. We know that this is a nostril, right? Like this is the edge of your nose. This is your nostril, right? And it's like our brain can fill this in. So it's like you can literally just paint this completely out and not even have it there, and your brain will still go, that's a nose. I'm putting most of that together. Now, the fact is that to have just a little bit of shadow, and it's very like a little bit of light shadow, having that coming off the nostril will help kind of complete that area. But again, it's not really required. A light tonal shift between this area here and this area. Again, this comes down to breaking the nose down, right? I got my nostril. I've got this area here. How do I want to shadow this, right? And that's why I keep drawing those lines out, because again, I've got my nose thing that does this. I've got this thing that does this, and I've got this thing that does that. Okay, how do I want to connect these two things together? And that's kind of why I keep doing those same shapes over and over again, because they're guides to help me think about where I want that shadow to be. How deep do I want that shadow? How dark does that need to be, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's slowly getting there. Slowly.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's so cool getting to watch you like not only absorb but improve, like on the fly, and that's awesome, right?
It's stressful as hell, but yeah, I appreciate it.
I don't think it should be stressful. I think it should be just an opportunity to like absorb and learn, right? So I definitely don't want you to feel stressed about it. I think this is like, again, well, I guess I kind of see where you're coming from, because when James Jones, like my god of game art, and I got to work with him for the 5 months that I was contracted with him, and he was showing me stuff, like I understand like the stress, but like there's no need to feel stress, right?
Yeah, no, it's just like learning things is difficult, and trying to like do it on the fly when you're like in production, it's just like that kind of like, I just want to be good,
Well, I mean, remember, this is going to take some time. So
yeah, no.
I and again, like, the cool part is I get to watch you continually improve, and that's like the really fun part for me. So don't feel stressed like, oh, I'm not as good as Zach, or oh, Zach is having to spend this time to do X. It's like, I'm having a lot of fun being able to teach you a little bit, and I'm hoping that the hard part is I feel like when I'm talking, like my hope is that I'm explaining it in a simple enough way that is graspable, right? I'm not a teacher. I've never taught anybody really, so
I would say the results speak for themselves. Like, I think this is much improved from that just a little
I
bit.
would-
I was trying to
I
like
still
scramble to
think-
keep up with
I-
you on and stuff.
No,
so
no, for sure. For sure. I still think you could still pull a little bit of those highlights in right here, right? Because I think it's okay to have some highlights in there. It kind of brightens up that part of his face, like right in here. So don't be afraid to like take your high highlight and just get that nice little arc going on here. Even if you eat into some of this nose, right? Like you can make this as big as you want. The bigger you make this highlight, the happier he's gonna be, right? So if you want him to have a really bright expression, add in that really break up that nose a lot more, right? And I think you'll be in good shape there.
yeah, this is working. I'm seeing things. Things are happening over here.
And that's kind of the crazy part is this all, like my understanding only really took off for the face stuff until I had done all the way until the Dark Elves. And then I was painting the Dark Elves and like the light came on for me, right? In my understanding. So how long I've been working on this project for a year and a half almost now, and I've only had the light come on now. Right? Does that make sense? Like my understanding about how to do some of this stuff just finally fired up, right? Okay, so here's the cool thing with this nose stuff is kind of what I was talking about. Is so you draw in your dark nose circle, right? And then you just grab whatever your shadow color is, and then you just paint this in really lightly, right? And then you can kind of blend it a little bit, and then you kind of get like a little bit of that interior of the nose. And then from the front, you can kind of work it, but then all of a sudden you'll get like a nice little, like, ooh, I can see the sides of his little inner nosies, and it feels really good when you can do that. You're like, oh yeah, there's three-dimensionality on these characters, right? Because I'm painting the light as it's going backwards, right? And it's kind of the same thing as that. It's kind of the same thing as the eye. I have a cone, right? And there's a thing, and then I'm painting the shadow in on the cone to kind of, or I guess the shadow would be this way, right? To kind of give that darkness, and then I kind of have this quasi nostril, right? And that's kind of what I'm doing here, is painting that exact same thing for the nose, but just faux-ing in a little bit of that, this lighting here.
Get a darker color.
Ooh, what's this? Ooh, okay. So there's another thing too, is I've always talked about using the model to kind of get stuff where you want it. One of the things you could do here is bring the arc of his nose, and right at the pinnacle where it touches this line, that's when you kind of bring it down. And so that way I'm using this joint right here to give me a natural break for my nostril to kind of do a more natural curve. And so that way, when you're looking at it at angles and stuff, you'll be like, oh, his nostril just does the nostril thing, right? That it normally does. Kind of a neat little trick you can use is like, you know, use this break for the line, and then that'll give you kind of a neat little feel for it. So. The one thing too here on your lips, right? We have like it's really strange, but we have like a highlight that kind of like runs along the edge of our mouth because we have this little like part of the mouth bag that kind of comes out right here. I'll draw it dark. Because this kind of comes out, right? Because you have like this little, but there's a gap right in here on every like person or creature, and like this highlight will connect right in the center, but you'll barely see it, and then your lip will have kind of like a one of these where this will be dark over here, and then it just lightens up really high. Not super high, not as high as your highlight here. And then this normally will kind of I'm just going to do this in darks, but normally I'll just do this and kind of like gradient this out with white. So if I do it with the lights, now I can kind of fan this area right here to kind of give me that this little area right here that's normally kind of like part of your stuffs.
Use the highest high on that edge of the lip there.
On the edge of the, I'll normally grab this and then I'll pull this in right here, right? Because this part of your face is the part that actually gets a lot of light right next to this part, right? So you get a lot of light right here. I'll do it in dark skin. You get a lot of light right here, and you get a lot of light right here. And so I'll normally kind of pull that line, right? And it's okay to have a line here because this is kind of where you kind of have a division, because like typically this part of your lip goes down a little bit, and then you have like just that little bit of highlight that pulls this out, right? And then you just kind of work your shadows until they like smooth out a little bit. And then again, you have your shadow, your heaviest part of your mouth shadow obviously is in the corner, right? Same thing with the top. And actually, your top lip is always a little bit darker than your bottom lip because it's in the heaviest amount of shadow, right? Because your lip is kind of going out, right? It blocks the light that hits here. It's going backwards into space, right? And then this part of the lip is actually where it's getting hit the most. So that's kind of how, again, if you think about the shape of a lip, right? You have your lip that comes out, then it goes back, then it pops out, and then you have like that shape, right? Kind of like that. So like when we're texturing the light on that's kind of how we're tackling that shape, right? And then you can always get, your little, there's wrinkles and details and blah, blah, blahs in here. You can always do that sort of stuff, right? It really depends on how detailed you want to get with this stuff. You can I spend a lot of times mucking with lips because they're quite annoying. Because of the amount of detail they have. Also, a lot of the times, like, I'll look at, like, the top lip, but then what I normally do, especially with, like, a doll face, is I'll always pull the bottom of the lip, right, over the top of the lip a little bit. So I get a little bit more of this. Because I feel like it makes the lip feel a little bit more you know, poofy, a little bit more pouty, because the bottom of the lip technically is doing a lot of the heavy lifting there, and the top of the lip is that, again, it's just really there to anchor, you know, especially on a doll face, right? Like, it's not really doing nothing. And again, like I said, I'd pull this shadow off of the, you know, like you did, off the top of the nose. And again, it's okay to have like a little bit of a sharp wrinkle there too, right? And then blend this out. And then this can all be highlighted. Again, ears are actually kind of funky. I know that, but one of the things you always have to remember is this always does this, right? On any human ear, you have like this roll that comes off of here, and then there's like a gap, which is weird, but it does. And then you bring your little ear bit down. I'm gonna draw this a little bit darker because this is where our abscess is for our little inner part of the ear. And then from there, you've got this like branch that runs up here, and then it's like a tree, and then it does this little double. I
always look at it as like it having a Y shape.
Yeah, Y is also, yeah. And then the last thing is that this always like curls around. And then it actually, there's like it splits because there's another little bit of cartilage right here. So that's kind of how I've always done here. So yeah, where you have like the little Y tree, the little branch, right? You've got this little bit of cartilage that sits right here on the edge. All this kind of goes around, and then it always ends with this weird fucking curly Q. Because this also comes up and does kind of like that same kind of shape. And so like this attaches down here, then you kind of shade it out, right, from the ear. This gets a little bit lighter because it's going, this doesn't really do anything, but it's this is going out towards the light, so it's getting lighter as it kind of comes out from there. As I recall, really, this actually goes into shape. There we go. It's more like that. There we are. The curl doesn't go all the way around. That was a little bit too aggressive on the curl. And again, I will always say, don't be scared to grab a dark and then just work it out. Because the dark will always go to mid-tone. Same thing with the highlight. The highlight will always go to mid-tone. So don't be scared to like grab your highest highlight, you know, on your character somewhere, and then just like spray that on the whatever, right? The highest highlight or the darkest dark. right? And just grab that and throw that in, because eventually you're going to work it towards a mid-tone regardless. Unless you start being like, I'm going to omit this area from like mucking on it, right? And kind of use that as a base, kind of fan out from it, and then it'll get more mid-tony, and then you just add your highlight in, and you can kind of blend between these two. You can soften, use your shift key, do the soften, and kind of paint on it some more, right? That's kind of how I've been kind of working this stuff as I, work on the ears or that sort of stuff, right?
Gotcha.
Because again, eventually you're gonna blend it, right? So it's okay to work a little bit hot in some spots, because even if you're like, ooh, that looks a little bit hot, shift key, blend it out, it'll knock back a little bit, and then you don't have to be as concerned about that. Especially if you're, that's the weird thing. Don't look at my thing. It says 100% opacity. It's just because for some reason my pen has been drawing half as hard. So it's actually only at 50%. So don't mind my opacity being 100. The amount of pressure that's being applied is about 50% of the pressure. I don't know why that is. I haven't figured out what's going on there, but probably pen tip settings. But I haven't changed anything, so I don't know. But like, if I draw, I have to draw real hard. But if you watch me just draw, look at this. I sampled that dark texture. It's drawing 50% dark, right? This is not the same color, right? Like this and this are not the same. So I'm noticing that my pen pressure for some reason about 50% opacity at 100%. So I don't know.
I don't know if it's I'm just heavier handed or something, but
it's dependent on your Wacom/Cintiq pen pressure settings, right? And that's where I think my Cintiq kind of reset its pen pressure settings to be a little bit harder, so that I have to actually press harder to get 100% push, right, out of my pen. And so I'm just running it. I prefer, right, painting at 50%. So the fact that it's 100 and it's painting at 50 is fine with me, because I know what I like with my pen pressures and such. So this would be the other thing I did notice in the character concept. He's kind of got a middle V with like an extra set of lines here. So that's one thing I was noticing about his brow on the thing. So
it's not very consistent with him being to have a frown like that. But
well, again, you can kind of it depends on how like dark you want to make them. You could knock back maybe one of them, but still keep it there a little bit lighter, right? So we can kind of
go back.
And again, that 50% is kind of helping me blend out a lot of the stippling that the brush gives, right? Because it's 50%, so it kind of flattens out my stuff. And then when I shift, smooth it all out, it kind of blends out like the roughness that the goblin brush kind of leaves, right?
I didn't even really think about that, actually. I was just trying to blend it by slowly making the brush smaller, like kind of almost sanding it.
Yeah, I mean, I do that a lot too, to kind of like when I go into the finer detail stuff. But again, that's kind of one of the things, like I can kind of run a little bit bigger. I run at that 50%, right? You can see there's a little bit of chop in here, and then I can just hold shift and blend it out, and I still get a little bit of detail, but I'm not it's not like noticeable. It's kind of skin stippling at that point, right?
Do you have your smoothing set to 100 and then that's being affected by...
Yeah, so my smoothing is 100, yeah.
But that's set to pressure sensitive, right? Because I think mine's set to mouse. You have everything
Yes,
set to
it's
pen.
pressure sensitive, yeah.
Okay.
Everything is pressure sensitive now. I'm not really using mouse option.
Was so that's why I asked.
Ah. And maybe that's why my brush is a little bit, even though it's at 100, it's only 50 because I'm not pressing as hard. So I'm only getting 50% of the pressure instead of mouse pressure. But I think that's part of it. Is I think before I was painting it with mouse pressure. Does that make sense? But dude, your face is looking great, man. Goodness gracious.
Pretty good.
Yeah, dude.
So the tips do. I think it definitely helps smooth out.
Yeah, for sure, buddy.
Spits. I think it's pretty solid. Pretty dang solid.
Yeah, it's starting to come together there. Absolutely.
I kind of liked the slightly wider mouth, though. I might pull that back out.
I mean, you can always pull that a little bit wider. I mean, I think it's just a slight rule of thumb for me that I've been doing. But yeah, I mean, it's not a hard and fast rule. You know, if you're more into this middle thing, it's not much further with the way that I had it. If you look at where my mouth is actually sitting, right, with all the shadows and stuff that I did. I mean, like, I originally drew it here. Look at how much closer it is, right? It's damn close. So if you wanted to, like, extend it out just a smidge, go for it.
Dude.
Like I said, it's not a permanent freaking rule. Like, as I've said, my mouth's kind of like, I want to start it there, and then the edge kind of, I'll mess with it until it feels good. So then it just doesn't. Then I don't run into this where I've got like weird super wide mouths, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? So I played safe on the shorter mouth side.
I think
it just looks like he's got more of like a pursed mouth than anything, right?
I think it was shrinking the mouth was looking weird. I think kind of exaggerating it a little bit helps making him feel more gnomish too, actually.
Oh, sure. That makes sense. Oh, it's Encrypt. Zukan's face pretty good, not gonna lie. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're talking about the arc? Why so serious? Give him the Joker frickin' cut, dude, on the side. Yeah, dude. Well, you just all that really is you just add in some shadows on the edge, and then you just drop in some highlights on the bottom, and you just get those little skin puckers going on. Ooh. Or Joker Gnome. And then you give him just like a little bit of that like eye makeup.
I doing Goblin, by the way, and Encrypted. I don't think I said hey to you as well. It's people.
The last width change looks good. Yeah, dude. Like I said, it's coming along, I think. Sorry, I may come back for the. All right, cool, dude. Well, I think it looked good.
Would you guys?
Oh, you did some cool UI stuff. Shoot.
Yeah, spill the beans. What'd you guys work on?
Yeah, dude. At least show me the money. throw that goodness into the UI channel so I can see how hot and sexy it is.
Ability bar improvement.
Ooh, ability bar improvements. I like it. Oh, here, I'll zoom in on this for you to. Yeah. Help you out with that.
I took a screen grab. Thanks. Root in UI if you want to show it off. So it's got a frame and a spell book. It's fancy looking.
Ooh, look at them sexies.
Well, that's pretty pretty advanced.
Look at the bottom is adorable. I like that little book at the bottom, guys. Nice work on that.
It'd be cool as if this is an outrageous suggestion, but what if like when you clicked on the book to open the spell book, it played a little page flip animation? That'd be cool. I know we're not gonna do it, but
you're getting too fancy with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what would be cool when you switch pages on the book for the ability book and flip pages, but come on now. Don't be mean. It looks great.
It should be interesting seeing horizontal like that.
Mm-hmm. Dude, I've been wanting a horizontal bar since forever, so I'm stoked about this.
There's still a bit of work on that didn't get in because of technical limitations, but the spellbook graphic is the biggest change.
I love it. It's wonderful. You guys are killing.
Oh, dude, what if like I mean, this might be a bad idea actually, but I'm gonna say it anyway. What if like when you shrunk it down to the more narrow one, the book like closed? Because it looks like it just rescales right now. But what if you
closed book because it's a tiny book?
Yeah, like it gets more narrow, so it just you close it and then it's just it kind of would retain a little bit more of the original size. Maybe that could be kind of neat.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, because like it feels kind of I get why it shrinks like this, but it does feel kind of bad, right? No.
Yeah, Goblin, we want you to do more work, and you need to make a cover. You need to make the cover for the book now, and
I don't know, just a thought.
I dig it though. I mean, again, I really dig this UI stuff. So it's pretty dope.
I kind of wish this is like a nitpicky thing, but I kind of wish that the border was much smaller. Like, it feels really bulky. Like, the thick borders make it feel really bulky, and like the borders between the spell gems and the outer border. I don't know. I don't know.
Something
Maybe,
to ponder.
I don't know if that would be just like a skin, like a whatever you call it, the 3x3 or the three corners or whatever the texture's called. Maybe it's just a texture swap for that or something. But
Yeah, I mean, it does feel a bit thick. You're not wrong, but that could be the design choice too. But again, overall, I'm digging it. That's, like you said, that's pretty nitpicky. But yeah, I can see it. I can see what you're saying there. Is there a
yeah,
so like
it's possible, but they are already really small. I just think like for me personally, like I would love it if it was just like really thin, so that the
one
buttons,
to 2 pixels thick.
because it feels like I'm clicking almost. I don't know. It's like a perception thing. It's like they function perfectly fine, right? It's just a weird perception thing that I feel like I'd click on the border accidentally and wouldn't click the button or something like that. I don't know, but yeah, like I said, kind of a weird nitpicky thing. It's not the end of the world, but that's just what you do have it blown up. Well, yeah, but like, I still, yeah. I mean, obviously, it's an image that's larger, but I don't know. Whatever.
Okay, I'm going back to my lady. Do you need a photo of this ear or some shit?
I have taken a photo of the ear. Thank you.
Okay. I knew you did.
Hopefully, you
Turned out
made
good
the
though, man.
spellbook a 3x3 grid of a 9 ability slots that piss off literally everyone. Horizontal spell bar really isn't a bad design choice. EQ's gems were neat, but they took up a lot of real estate. Well, they were originally designed to be built into the stone UI, right? And then they just kind of like kept that design philosophy when they updated the user interface and everything. And then because it was built in from the beginning, but other games, they like when World of Warcraft came out, for example, they weren't beholden to that, and they invented the horizontal bar. And everyone was like, "Oh my god, you could put it horizontal!"
They're gonna tackle the spellbook next? Oh yeah. I just want to see some. Here's what I would really like to see out of the spellbook: beefier bookmarks that actually people might see, and maybe move them from the bottom to the top. I don't know, but just something to make them more visible. Dial things in, I think. Yeah, keep the border size in mind. Yeah.
Yeah, I think some of the other windows, like the health bar, have like a pretty slick and slim border edge, whereas some of the other ones, like the spell bar, feel thicker for some reason. So, I don't know. It's like you said, dial it in. But that's just my thoughts on it. Really. Spellbook, I'm looking forward to though. Because that's an area that has been kind of a first-time user stumbling block for a while, is figuring out the difference between abilities and spells and where to put stuff. I was thinking, actually, I wonder if it would make sense to have abilities and spells have 2 different shapes. So there's some shape language, so you can easily identify where to go.
I was just going to suggest, like, iconography for the spellbook, I think is going to be really worthwhile.
Yeah.
So, like, what would be cool is if abilities had their shape language was a certain shape, and then spells would have a shape language that was a certain shape, and their scrolls would kind of mirror what that would be. And so you go, triangle goes to triangle, you know.
Yeah.
Triangle goes in the square hole, but circle goes in the square hole. But yeah, you would do kind of like shape language for the tabs versus the spells / scrolls / abilities, and I think that would help. Take a look at UI. Ooh, let's go. Goblin's like already ahead of you. I'm 10 steps ahead. I'm playing 4D chess right now.
So that books are books, not bookmarks.
Ooh, so each one is its own book. Okay.
Is it gonna like switch to a different book or something? It's. I think I understand what you're trying to do here. I still think that like depending on how like that is finished, like if it's just like the book and then it's just showing a different book and then it's like got a different kind of background color or something. The book in front of the paneling will be the book you have selected. Okay. So what happens if you click here? I'll show this too. Why not? So people know what I'm talking about. So when you click on this guy, it just like this thing comes to the forefront and this little rectangle goes to the back, but like this all kind of stays the same.
The man will explain it himself.
Oh, he's joining us.
I figured typing at you guys for like the next 15
Yeah.
Right? No.
Yeah,
This is way better. You can
Way
join us at
better.
any time.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome to the stream. Stream team, go.
So
Yeah,
explain yourself.
Yeah, so imagine like this is this looks like the top of a book or something, right? And this is also the top of a book, and it has like a little thing here, and maybe this one's blue and this one's red and this one's yellow, for just because you bought like different books or whatever. When you have this one selected, it'll be up front like this, and that's what's displayed in front of the paneling here.
Okay.
And then I just need to wait for my thing to go away. Let's say I select this one instead. I click it. It would be like this one pops up in front of the paneling, and then this one goes behind the paneling like this.
Okay.
And so you're selecting a book, not selecting a bookmark in a book, because that's been the biggest problem that I think people, they're like, what is going, like I have a book, and then they like open a book, but now I can't put like abilities in. And so if we have a thing that's like abilities, or innates, or maybe there's like a single book that covers all of that, and then there's a spell book, like I feel like then we can get away with, or not get away, but we have more one-to-one, like what's in people's minds. This is a spell book and I put spells in it. Okay, I get that.
I think if you could even do some iconography where one of them is like, oh, it's a triangle with like an eyeball in it, right? And then it's like a square with like, the whatever a sword in it, and then like a circle with whatever, and then like the scrolls that they have like a little seal with the exact same icon on it. I think that would be, and then all you need to do is make a seal, and then just make a square, a circle, and a triangle, and then it's like, oh, square goes here, circle go here, triangle go here, and players.
I think even going farther than that, where like if we can make the shape of the like icon slots and things have their own shape language too, that could help differentiate and push it further. Because I think this is a good start. I don't know if you're planning on having like, so let's say this is the book. This is the look of the book for this guy. What happens when you select this one? Does any of this change at all, other than the contents?
Oh yeah, I would assume that
Yeah,
this
the
flipped to a new
contents-
book.
Yeah, the
Right.
content. So like, let's say, because our book isn't just going to be pages; it's going to be like color and all that stuff that that will have to like be dependent on like the book that you chose here, right? But so like this will be the outside of the book. This will be the inner side with the pages and everything. So the book color will probably have to change. But then as well, I'd imagine that let's say it's like the actual like writing and stuff like that, or whatever it is that we do for the iconography here to translate, like that would also probably have to change. But that's sort of, and I had an idea, like how fucking cool would it be actually if like we had our journal here too, and you could access it with the journal.
Ooh, that
right?
would be a nice little.
And then you have like your, yeah.
Yeah.
And so you could use this for like everything book, everything fucking like ability slotting, whatever. And there's some more stuff that we might have to do. Like if we have like a main, everything book. Yeah, if we have like a main, if we have a main book, if we have a main book, we could then go, okay, this is our spell book, and our spell book, our main book or whatever, that has like what, you know, like something here. But then if you don't have your spell book or whatever, then you can't access this. So it doesn't make sense, because there's this like disconnect of like, if you're a fighter, do you even spawn with a spell book? Like I don't know, because you just put on like
well, yeah, you have a spell book. It just goes into your innates instead of it being spells.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
I mean, you have a spell book that you can access, but do you have a physical spell book item that you can drop?
That's what I was thinking. One thing that we could do is have like a completely different. So there's the spells, right? And then this would be abilities. Like it could make more sense. Abilities, however you spell it. And then it's like a completely different window, because like you do bring up a point where like the melee abilities and stuff, they don't actually, you don't have a physical spell book like the other stuff, like the spells.
Yeah,
so
you're
it kind of
putting it into your mind.
Yeah, it doesn't. It like the reason to have like this be abilities and spells, and in the window, like that's a convenience, and it makes sense to have them in the same spot like that for for usability. But from like a differentiation standpoint, it doesn't really.
Yeah,
and because they function completely differently.
Yeah, what you're kind of doing is you're putting those abilities like into your what's that called when people have that like they recall like a physical motion.
Power? Oh
no, a physical motion that's like that they have trained like over a certain amount of time. I forget
Muscle
what that
memory?
word is. I'm blanking on. Muscle memory. That's it. I think we should put our innates and our abilities into like a muscle memory like looking thing.
That would be cooler. It could be like, you know what it should be? It should be like an arm, like this, like and then the abilities are just like little tattoos on the arm.
He's just slotted into the bicep. Oh my god.
The way that I was kind of looking at it though was kind of like if you have Sun Tzu's Art of War, right? Like a lot of great generals and stuff go to that book, right? And so to me, if it's a warrior's innates, like it's just you're scripting into Sun Tzu's Art of War, right? Which is a book. And so like it makes sense that it's all books because it's all knowledge.
I think
our book, right?
Yeah, I mean, we
So
could hand wave away like I said, for having these all together for convenience and stuff, and you can say, oh, it's the Art of War thing. But I guess if like it's just the fact that the spell book has an actual physical thing, and then you're accessing it through the same window as the Art of War. So I just wonder if there's a way to, if you want to add some immersion in there, we could separate them, I guess. But I
mean,
I could go either way with it.
Granted, I mean, this needs some theater to mind, but again, we're making a game. It needs to be gamified. I mean, like, you make the Sun Tzu's Art of War red. It's known knowledge. It's in a book that you memorize and you refer to. It's scribbled down somewhere, but it's not a physical item for you as a melee person.
Yeah, because
still, again, we're gamifying this, so I understand like the want to separate, but for skills and abilities, I think keeping a cohesive vision is more important than like splitting. I think where you could look at skills, that's where you could like split things a little bit more and be like, I want more differentiation between them. But yeah, anyway.
Even with that, what we could do, like our journal is not an item, right? And so that enters in our, hey, we don't have to have an item. So what we could do is journal, book, and this second book holds your abilities and innates, and this is your journal, right? And so now these are always there, and you can always access them. And then when you take away, then we can do something where these are extras. This is your first spell book, and when you drop it, it's no longer there, and people will kind of connect that. Oh shit, it's a physical item, right? And so in terms of that, we might be able to, and we might be able to like make a slightly different graphic that would indicate that. Like I could do like the journal book here, which is like a lighter book, and then we do, like something you take notes in. And I could do a second one that is similar to that looks like the journal, and that's where you're putting your innates into, and that's your second, like book or whatever. And then your spell books, that's the heavy one where we go, okay, this is like an item and it has to look different. And so, and even then, like I think having them closed would be like 2 closed book, and then once you click on them, it like opens up and it has like.
Okay, now you're getting fancy with it, but that would be so sick.
Yeah, and we already have this graphic of the open book, so
you only need one sprite of the open book, right? And then coloring the edges, but then you can have different colors even if you really wanted to get froggy with it, Yeah.
And we already kind of have that sprite, and so it's just a matter of because like that sprite that I did, like it's a full book and it will work. And so we can do that. That's no problem. It's just making different colors of it that we can then call to be like, hey, like we have different colored books or whatever. But so I think it can work, and I think this is a million times better than the way that we currently have it.
I think it's brilliant, but B, I think it's going to blow people's minds when you put it in there properly. Because again, as long as we do, and I think shape language is kind of king here too. Like color plus shape, I think that's where you're going to get a big, like a nice double win there. But yeah, that's I think you're on track and on target. Like no additional really like. Again, my designer brain is not like screaming like there's an issue. I think this is perfect.
And maybe we can put like triangles or something inside the squares, because our abilities are kind of built around circles as well. So
sure,
like all of our ability icons right now, how I originally did them is actually for circles. And so what that allows for is for our spells, maybe our spells could be circles, maybe our abilities could be triangles and do this. And then we could do like squares as well, and the circles for innates or something like that.
Or even
spells
sort
could
of
just
like,
be circles.
Like hedron, like if you don't, if you're like triangles, man, it takes up too much space. Do a hedron, and then
because you can fit
square hedron.
All the icons and stuff you've already done can already fit in. Well, you just need the frame for the shape. So like all the the icons could still fit in there. I really like that idea. I really think we should try and leverage some shape language there. That would be really good. Also,
shape language. That's a really good.
Then when you have your like little scroll icon, right? All you really need is to do like a little strap, right? That you can reuse, and then just make a whatever shape it is, square, circle, or hedron, and then it's like hedron, or whatever you want, whatever shape language you decide on the scrolls.
Yeah.
Just make like a little scroll. You could put it on any scroll, and then whatever your shape that you want. Then you're using colors,
almost...
you're using shapes, and you're using, like it works. That works so well. So hopefully that doesn't like kill you.
No, it might even be good if we were to do like, because right now we have the scroll icon. It'd be actually kind of cool to make separate scroll icons that have like a background, like.
Oh,
I know
okay.
Because right here is a little like that's kind of small. But if there's like a thing to it where it's like, oh, hey, here's like the circle or whatever, that means it's spell, right? And then we could just draw like a little diagram or whatever, and people will go, oh, the triangle goes in the triangle.
Yeah, that could work. You could also think of like what other ways, like a spell scroll would be magic, but what other, like, what would you, how would you write down or transfer knowledge of like a melee ability? Maybe there's like some other thing that could be that you could use there as well.
What would it be? I mean, you could do some sort of like token, like it's like a coin, or you could do, again, I still come back like scrolls of knowledge and all that sort of shit makes you a better warrior, right? So I mean,
I don't know,
to me, like the scroll is the most universal thing, but you could do
hang on.
Hustle.
There you go.
Little hand.
And fucking guys just imprinted in it because the moms.
Well, let me get this thought out here because I've been saving this drawing here for a sec.
Sorry.
So maybe you already said something like this, but because you were kind of talking about this, but like I was thinking that maybe you could have the ability be under like a heavy frame to indicate that it's sort of permanent. And then when you add the spell books, you could have like a little spell, like a differently shaped button. Maybe it is one of the spell books, like spell book 1, spell book 2, and then those could like disappear or whatever. Like, but having the frame here kind of indicates this will never go away, and these being kind of free form, they would kind of go or come depending on if you have the book or whatever.
Yeah, I think pamphlets might work, but we'll look. I think also having like a solid, hey, this is like your UI could also work. I'm thinking pamphlets and then spell books, and with the unique iconography to go with them that also relate to the scrolls, plus all the good looking stuff that's going to come from it. Like I just put the atlas into the UI thing, right? And you can take a look at like it's going to in the thread, it's going to look like fucking good. I think doing color, shape, that's enough for the player to put 2 and 2 together, right? Anything over that, you might be overcomplicating things. If you're making different icons and that sort of stuff, like again, a big part of this is also kiss it. So I understand like martial abilities shouldn't be scrolls, but like again, keeping the lowest common denominator in mind, it's like just keep it simple. It's shapes and colors, right? I can put a triangle, like a red triangle, on a red triangle book. That's not that hard, right? And like let's keep that simple. As soon as you start going, oh, I want flavor and flair, like you're breaking away from the simplicity into more complex things. And I think for this sort of stuff, especially for a new player, keep it simple. At first I like it, but also it's some extra work.
Yeah,
exactly.
Just throwing the idea out there. It's fine. the scroll with the shape on it works.
Yeah. I think again, what you have described and kind of put together, this is the best way forward. This is the way.
Yeah, I think like we'll run into like some technical stuff as we like do it, but like ultimately. This approach feels like it's gonna help a lot of new players, yeah, because I'm kind of bummed out. Like my friend played the game for the first time without anybody, and he had such a difficult time. And it's like, yeah, we need to work on our new player experience. And I mean, we've been saying that for a long time, but so we put some work into that. But UI will help like a ton.
Yeah, the simpler you can make it, the more iconic you can make it. Less text, more symbols, more color. The easier it'll be for players to figure out, right? Because symbols and colors players can pick up instantaneously. It needs no explanation, right? It's a one-to-one, right?
Yeah, it's that idiocracy scene where he's in the jail, and
exactly.
Like,
it's also
like
if you think about if you think
Yeah.
about in terms of like localization and international people, like not everyone speaks English, but everyone knows shapes and colors, right? So it helps with that too.
Shapes, colors, and numbers. That's that's where you can win, right? And I mean, from my like UI design philosophy, I am a minimalist, so the less, you know, I mean, like you can have your flares and stuff, but like the more concise the design and the ability to make it so that the players can go one-to-one with a screen, the better, right? Like I sat down and designed like, how do you pick a ship, right? Like I had to design a UI for like a pod racing game, right? And it was like, well, you make an icon for a ship. Okay, everybody knows what that is, right? And it's like, how do you pick your colors? Well, I make an icon that has 4 colors on it, right? And it's a button, and you click it, and all the colors come up, and then you can select what you want, right? It's like, it's as long as you can iconography that, it's great. It works good. So the fact that we're doing that with like innates and skills and like what is a melee, what is a spell, like if you can iconography that into a simple shape, the better, right? We don't need any super like crazy flares for that sort of stuff.
Flares like in
like flares/flavor, right? For it needs to be.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Office Space, the movie. You got your flares?
well, flare, yeah. I mean, flare is going over the top, right?
I know. I was making a joke.
You guys are gonna do a pass on the UI look again? That would be cool. Yes, that is what is being discussed right now. I mean, we're getting brought up to speed as the character artists and monster designers, right? And I like ornate shit. I mean, the one cool thing is Goblin is so good at doing. Goblin is away, but he's so good at doing like ornate stuff. But I think he's really also good at doing ornate things that have design intent in them. So I'm excited to see what the UI comes out to. The books are going to be super fun.
I think allowing it to extend for swapping would work.
Yeah.
I mean, you can only ever have like 3 spell books anyway, so we're kind of a locked in.
Well, I think again the idea being it's
for extra features though. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're gonna the tabs are gonna be quote unquote represented as a book. They're not gonna be all books that you have to hold and be a physical item, right? It's gonna be a representation of here are the things that you understand and know and have, and I'm just going to call it the library, right? Because it's not like you have a notebook in your inventory and you don't have a quest book in your inventory. These are all ethereal books, but technically the library that you have of knowledge is your knowledge base. It's just represented by a book, right?
Yeah, but I guess kind of what I was going back to with separating them as 2 separate things, because the spellbook is actually a physical thing that you have, and you can't.
I understand, but I think players that drop their spellbooks understand that like the mental representation of the spellbook as the thing that you can drop is kind of inferred. I know you're trying to like separate those 2 things, but like, you know,
Yeah,
The
I mean,
hard
it
part
doesn't really matter. Whatever's, it's user. I lean towards a better user experience over like
no, I think
hardcore
it's
lore.
worth it. I think it's worth a discussion. Like, look, but the hard part is that while I understand you want the martial abilities to be like shown that it's like, oh, you can't drop these versus the other book, like versus the spell book, I just don't know what. There's no iconic representation that comes to mind to go, yeah, you drop this, but not the other thing, right?
Yeah.
There's no good way to iconography build a system like that where the players would understand that when you drop the physical spell book that you have, the martial abilities don't go away and the spells do. But I do think that if your martial abilities are a certain shape and your spells are a certain shape, and the book, like let's say the spells are always need to be squares, and the square represents the book, that if you drop the square thing, which is the book, maybe then that's like correlation. It's very finite. It's very very in depth, but at least that would be a way to go, hey, that square thing that you got, you can drop the squares, but the round shapes and the triangle shapes or whatever other shit that we need, what other shapes we need, those you can't drop. So the squares and spells should definitely be square shaped. Because that's like the most minimal way I could think about it. I think about that, but
I think I remember what the reason for all that was. The having the panel in the first place, because like this is something that I did a long time ago, but I have like a panel there, and the panel is like that's like the UI panel that we use, the stuff that we have for our inventory. So what I'm thinking is, old me thought of a little bit of this and I forgot it promptly, but when we have that panel will like exist as its like own thing with like our normal UI look or something like that. And I don't know if this will be the case, but imagine it like set in stone or something, like our classic like UI panel or something, and that has slots in it, and that is like a thing where it's like, okay, here's our innates tab, here's our abilities tab, and then we go for a journal and book or whatever, and the journal will exist like within it, but we don't have to do that, and the journal can be its own thing. And so there's some stuff that we'll have to work out, of course, but in general I think it's a good direction, and it might include some stuff, it might not, but yeah, anyway. But there's like an unlimited amount of stuff that I think we could talk about when it comes to UI, but I don't want to hijack your guys's
I love
streams.
One thing about me is I love talking about UI. It's something that I don't do enough, but I freaking love UI. Again, I'm a very minimal. I come from a minimalist perspective, right, for UI stuff. But I love trying to boil down solutions to what is the easiest thing to digest. So, yeah, I love UI stuff. So if you ever need to bounce ideas off somebody, feel free. Because yeah, I love that shit.
Yeah, sounds good.
But I would say again, spellbook for spells are squares. It starts with square spell. Also, if you drop it, right, like kind of fits into the like your book. You drop square. I know it's like really finite in terms of like what that is, but it kind of fits in like the most obscure way possible. But at least without speaking any language, if you see a square, a spell book starts with an S, right? Like kind of fits in that regard.
Trying to jump into the subconscious.
Yes,
You
know,
know,
I know it's very obscure, right? Like it's not being explained in any way, shape, or form. Scrolls are square, like
if we get enough things overlapping, and then we can go like, hey, look, here's some elements that also sort of like lined up. Then, but yeah, I think ultimately the great. I think the best idea that you guys had, or that you had, Zach, was the shape language that resonates from scroll to a book to within the book itself. Like I think that will be huge in terms, and I mean also we did some work on the new player guide, and I want to be able to test that against people to see if there's any in our next test. I don't know if we'll have it ready for then or if we'll implement it for then. But being able to test that to see if it affects our churn rate or whatever will be really, really nice.
Yeah. Hey, could I get your? Are you watching stream? Can you draw and stuff? Is there something I can do to like upgrade this face a little bit further? Are you seeing anything where you like make some adjustments on this thing? Because I'm like trying to go for this, and I feel like I'm trying to hit these similar angles here and lay out the same kind of stuff, but it still feels off, and I don't know where. I know her nose nostrils are a little bit close together.
Might be able to be dropped because it feels a little small right now.
Okay.
So that might be able to.
Were you gonna pull back the angry a bit on her?
Well, I tried to do that a little bit, where it's like it's not really. Well, you have to remember she's got this shadow here, which does exist, right?
Yeah, I would take this crease out and see if you can kind of.
Oh yeah, because
that
that actually comes down. Yeah. So that just comes down. Yeah.
And if that blurs nice and easy to itself, and then this eye section kind of comes out, I could see this
a little bit further.
Being pretty good, because and something that is also kind of nice to just for testing itself is, I don't know if you guys have an eyebrow layer or like a hair layer or whatever. Something that helps for me at least was like, it's like painting like bald women, or like painting bald, like eyebrowless men is like, it's there's something about it that's like really hard. And so popping those
I don't have any
eyebrows
issue with that. Yeah. I understand that, but like I don't. Yeah, I just want the bold character personally. That's just my jam, though.
If you throw it in just as like a quick like layer that you can test, like, okay, here it looks good with hair. It looks better with, because there is a what's it called, a mind leap that has to be taken when you're like, okay, is this going to fit all the other things? If you throw in the eyebrows and you throw in the hair just as like a layer that you turn off and on again, just as like a check. I found that helped me, because it was like, it's like I had no idea if the the Gandalf guy was looking any good or whatever, and then like, hey, I threw those on and it's like, this actually looks like a fucking character. Good, okay, this is good. Of course, there's still work to be done on that guy, but it's just like
I think 98% it's there. I think when we were talking on the thing, I think the eyes a little bit wide and a little bit big, but otherwise like solid.
Yeah, I agree. I think
everything else about it, double thumbs up.
They're too cartoony right now, and it's definitely something that. And I think I also want to check out the chin on him, but this character, I think what you could do as well, maybe, is bring in some of this plushness like around the nose here, because
Yeah.
I did that here, and it's kind of like a maybe people might have like chosen it for that, not to like
You're saying
but-
like bring it inward?
or no, just bring it sort of like out here.
Oh,
so-
outward. Yeah. I was kind of looking at that too, where it's like kind of like that red blushness kind of coming out.
Yeah. Some plushness in her.
Again, it's one of those things where I was talking with Zukan about like draw out the nose, right? Your little angle shape, right? And then like draw out your like fat section, right? Which is that kind of fills that in. Then you put in your nostrils, right? And like as you kind of like build out your orbitals and stuff, like all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah. Things are fitting where they need to, right?
Yeah, this with females, I tend to like, if you can soften this and this section like as much as you can as it like fades in. This section tends to not, because I remember I was doing like some harsh stuff, and Zukan was like, yeah, I don't know, it kind of looks a little bit like manly. Okay,
Yeah.
let's relax that.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. That was like a year or more ago. Jesus.
Yeah, you really had
I mean,
this
that was
thing
before I
where
got here,
it
I'm pretty
was
sure.
adding, like, really accentuating that kind of like burrow between where the nose meets the brow and stuff. And I was like,
Mhm.
I don't know about this, man.
Yeah,
I think it works
there
for
is
like,
there's a little bit of that on models and stuff, but like on every single model, I swear to God that I've seen, it's just like, it's so soft. It's like, it's insanely soft. That little like,
yeah,
part
there's
in
just
between
there's
the-
no detail in that region for like what at least
beautiful
what I'd consider conventionally
Yeah.
beautiful women, right? Like,
okay, that's like that's the nice way out.
and canceled.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, a unibrow option wouldn't be too bad. It'd be kind of funny.
I mean, we're gonna have a bunch. I want to add a unibrow option for the dwarves at the minimum.
Oh yeah,
They need
ogres
one.
have unibrows.
We got the ogres one. The trolls will need one for sure. And then after that, it's kind of up to y'all where we want to have more unibrows. But I feel like we already got three. Maybe the deep dwarves, we could have like a dope stone unibrow.
Yeah.
A stonebrow, if you will.
Dude,
Trying to think
we
of
should
that
have a
phase.
no brow version for gnomes. They blew their eyebrows off
No,
tinkering.
Oh, jeez.
like 2 strands or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's like, yeah, it's like two little like.
Wait, we can make it very intentional where it's like because we can do asymmetrical ones now, so you could have
Yeah,
like
dude. Yeah, it could be yeah. So
it could be like a couple strands on one side and then like kind of a normal one, like you got blasted from
What
the side.
happened to you? It's messing with the explosives.
I don't know. Well, I'll probably have a problem with that when we actually try to go make it, but it's a funny idea. I think
You could do some Frida Kahlo stuff. Her famous unibrow paintings.
yeah.
All right, that feels better. I like that. Nice. Thank you, boys. Hey, I'm gonna roll through some of these faces and give you some feedback on them. So this is the 0-0. This would be this face right here. No, wait. Is that face? Shit. This is before I started. We had these, so this has helped a lot. But I might have gone a little bit too round with the eyes on this one, but I still feel like it kind of fits. Yeah. The expression, because this is the one with the side up kind of expression.
I would do my I would probably again, most
Just
of them
soften
I'll
that part.
probably say soften any like brows and see if you can get it like a little wrinkle or two up here, like that
Soften
feels
the
good.
bigger part. Sure.
Yeah, because
Okay.
that's where you're probably gonna see it is like up here, and then here. See if you can soften it, blend it a bit,
Yep,
and
you got
then
it.
I would say maybe this lip here could lift a little bit.
Oh, up.
Yeah,
I heard this lower. Yeah, but on the ASIM part. Okay.
Yeah, on this top part of the lip, I think could probably
Yeah.
lift
I
a
got
little
you.
bit like that.
I got you, boo.
Yeah, and then is there anything else that? Whoa, at this angle she looks like Ripley.
No, my buddy, I sent him. I was like, "Hey, I'm working on this face." He's like, "It looks like fucking Ripley from Aliens." I'm like, I mean, that's pretty fucking good, actually. Like, I wouldn't be like too disappointed in that.
Yeah, she kind of looks like Ripley from Aliens or from Alien.
I dig it. I'm okay with this. I'm glad you also made that connection because I wasn't. So I'm actually pretty stoked on that.
And then, if you're to bring this here, I would say the middle of the lip line also has to kind of follow
come up a
through.
little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, on the ASIM? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good call. Yeah. Well, we upped this lip, so that means this lower part needs to come up a little bit.
Yeah, just a touch. That's so much nicer. Yeah. Already it's working.
It's working. You're doing it, Peter.
I might soften this
That edge right there. Sure.
these
Got it.
edges just so they're, and like you can hit that darkness down in this corner, but like as it
Yeah. This is something that I've been doing with some of my newer faces, so don't worry. Like I've been kind of focusing on that a little bit. Where it's like instead of it being like an actual line, I've been kind of doing more like this, where it's like shadows pulling up and then kind of blending those out from the highlight here on the upper lip. I'm trying to like just knock that back as much as I can. Again, it really depends on like age too of the character, because I was talking to Zukan about this, where it's like that would be like you're old, right? Or,
yeah.
Like really,
We should get
that.
like an old witch face for the female human, because that would get a lot.
Oh
of
yeah, I
use,
can
I'm
do
sure.
that. I'll do one of those. Hell yeah! I actually like. I've been doing so many like the doll faces. I might pull that as a. There we go. Oh, I'm not doing symmetrical. Shit. Okay, well, I'll fix that real quick. I want to make this face also symmetrical. I don't know what it is about it, but like if we want to have it, it'll be there. But
Yeah.
That'd be a quick way of getting a bunch more faces, probably, huh? If we just took some of the asymmetrical ones and made them symmetrical, like that.
yeah. Well, if you wanted to. I mean, the other thing I've always like, I'm hoping far into the flung future, we can do quote unquote combat faces where the players will switch their face shape into something else, right? And I think that might be kind of cool. So
Be cool.
where I mean, because it's kind of one of the things I'd love to do for the Fae characters that have the Fae ancestry, where you go into combat. This is the other thing I'd love to like talk to somebody about, where if I'd love to have combat music, but combat only happens when you get hit. So as soon as you get struck by a target, that's when your combat music starts. Your combat music never starts when the mob aggroes. the combat music starts when you get punched in the face. Oh, I'm in combat now, right? Like that's how that should work.
The
right?
way it worked
don't
in
know that you're in combat.
the way it worked in EverQuest was it turned on automatically when you like turned on your auto attack. So you could have it work that way, where it wouldn't turn on when you get punched though, but it would get turned on when you start punching back.
Yeah,
so
I don't know what like, people's views are like if they've aggroed targets or something, but yeah, I'd love to have some sort of combat music would be dope.
Yeah, that's something
I didn't. That little bit of like something.
I kind of just that's something I sort of turn off generally, but now that you've mentioned it, it's like, oh yeah, we probably should get something like that, huh?
Hey, Robert.
Well, there was also this thing I was talking about with Robert about combat music, where he has like these tracks that are already made, right? But he says he has to make them from scratch for it to actually like work musically. But let's say you made a piece from scratch, right? And instead of combat music, I mean, it could be combat music, but he has like the instruments that play the melodies and they come in and they swell and whatever. And so it follows like the nature of the song. But instead of like a combat music going, and like overriding it and just turning into a new thing, what if like now drums hit, like war drums in the background once but it follows
Yeah,
it follows the thing, and then like a bard comes in and they're playing like guitar or a little like lute or something, and now all of a sudden in this song that's playing in the background already we get like little loops, sounds from our bard, and like that would be fucking cool. But also, I was told by Robert, a lot of work. So that's like,
that's adding additional orchestra into a piece for a thing. Yeah, that's really hard. I think being able to set up a combat riff that fades from whatever song you're in into the combat riff because you got punched in the face, much easier. Because that's just a fade based on the combat. But yeah, adding in instrumental additions, that's a lot more complicated.
The way the whole music system worked in Vanguard was built around that whole kind of dynamically compounding tracks, like the whole game,
right,
like all the music.
The tracks were right, but the tracks were built based off of that mentality in mind.
Yeah, it had to be built from the ground up, right? Obviously.
Yeah, it was layered in because they had like predetermined.
But yeah, it was really cool because it was like it had all these like variables, like it depended on what time of day it was, what zone you were in.
That's so cool.
And like what you were doing, because if you were just like how long you were AFK, the music would slowly dissipate, and if you came back from AFK, there's just no music. And then if you start running again, it like starts playing a little thing, and then it just adds more stuff. If you enter combat, there's combat music and everything, or if you go into a cave or something, it changes, and just like everything. It's just like you don't think about it. It was so well done, but when I was part of the Vanguard emulation thing, I was able to kind of dig into it, and someone actually built a tool where you could listen to all the music and stuff, and you can just listen to all the individual tracks and things, so you can just kind of get an idea of how it was put together. It's like must have been a monumental thing to build. Like there's so much stuff from that game that is just really amazing if like in retrospect, and it's just a bummer that it had the fate it did, because I don't think people really understand how cool it is.
Yeah. Hey Goblin, can you take a look at this? I'm gonna run through a couple other faces, so hit me with your additional adjustments here for these boyos.
I would drop the top of the lip here.
A little bit shorter?
Because he's looking a little bit puckered.
Oh sure.
Let's see. I would follow along with the this roundness.
A little bit further
we'll
out. Okay.
Yeah, so this part here, like this can end up kind of becoming like more of a shape. It seemed really bad drawing that I just did. One second.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, there's like, and then I would say like this angle right here, like that should be definitely blurred out, and this should be more bulbous, right? Because it's more of like because it's a little bit more flat nosed, and it's a little bit I would say like you don't get these like these hard, like chisels
Yeah,
or whatever
lines or
like you
anything.
do.
Yeah. No, I understand. I just need to blur them out when I go
Yeah.
around on this.
Um. Let's see. I might.
Oh, here, let me also do this on my own.
Oh, that kind of helps as well.
Oh, perspective view? Oh.
With the Asian one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would still take this eyebrow area,
Mhm.
and I would soften that up. Take this value that you have in here,
Mhm.
and I would soften that up almost all the way like up to here, and then treat
Sure.
this as like a very thin like ridge that can then what's it called, like fade out. Yeah.
Should probably get rid of or lessen that the shadow that you have on the top eyelid there.
Oh, up here? Yeah. I'll reduce that too. If I need to pull this highlight all the way across, then yes.
And then the last thing in this one, I'm not sure because there's two ways that you can go about it, but from this eyelid right here, that's great. If you were to do the second one, I would bring it a lot closer.
Closer.
Or get rid of it completely because it's a type of eyelid, right? Where there
Yeah, it
is
really
no
depends. I
fold.
was kind of noticing there's one that has a little bit of eyelid showing, and there's one that doesn't have anything showing, right?
Yeah.
But I felt like, in the sake of having detail, having it show was better for having it just be there as a line that kind of exists, because that's giving us just a little bit more detail in there. Where if you just remove it, you get nothing.
Yeah, if you want to get detail, what you might be able to do if we were like, hey, we have to have it. I'm not saying that we do, but if we were to have it, take like a little bit of a highlight and do it that way, where like you bring in the highlights, but you don't put in a shadow, and that might help with that, like bringing in like the texture of the skin. And then the final thing would be, after that, I would say bridge this out into here. And so this becomes the shape of the highlight. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's continuing to render that out. That's going to look really nice. Yeah, and then I would soften what you can do with that, make it give it more form. And yeah, I think the last thing, because the eyes, once you get that kind of rolling, that's pretty good. I would say maybe drop the top, or sorry, the middle of the lip a little bit.
Pull that down a bit, sure.
And then we'll see how that changes the dynamic of the lip, because a part of me was thinking that it might be the bottom lip might be too large, but if you take this bottom and you give it that nice line or whatever, I think it might be the right place now. Yeah, that's looking better. Okay, yeah, I think I figured it out. What was bothering me.
Sure.
Try blending that out. The this little bag.
Pull that out. Sure. I was kind of going off of what was going on here, so we gotta.
It's getting real close now, though. It's looking really good.
Yeah, it's looking really. That's nice. Because that part is so subtle. Those like bags on that type of face. And so, yeah, that changes a lot. That helps a whole lot.
And I know their skin is real fine, so they probably have some like hyper fine.
Yeah, they have like what?
Here, but
it's like twice, or like I think it's like twice or like 3 times pore density or something.
Yeah.
Than like the rest of the world. Shadow, a little shadow there on the.
Sorry, redraw that one.
Little shadow right on here on the bottom, so this overlaps.
Oh! You mean on this like little arc?
Yeah, right there. Perfect. Yeah, that's good. And then, this area on the nose. I know. I'm like jumping around and forcing you to jump around. So don't worry. But I could see more form just in here. And then I think we're in a pretty good position.
Okay.
Maybe blending that too, but I don't know. It's looking pretty
good. You mean the brow?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying.
Oh yeah, that's looking really good.
Yeah.
Maybe blend this so it has a touch of the upwards as well.
Oh, you want up?
Or just like a touch like that. Coming across. And yeah, that's good. And then blending that out so it's nice and soft. And then I think that's actually little dip here, and I think that, and then we're good. Or and then as you please. That's the yeah.
No,
that's
okay.
that's what I would say.
Hey, that's what I want to try to hit the targets, right? So. No, the question is do I have brow capability? I think I do, right? I do.
We have the technology.
I do. Brush.
Grab any gnome ones.
There, and then I'm just gonna do pure black. Oh, no. And then image. So you have kind of like a. Oh, wait, what? What are you doing? No. Okay, we're doing this. All right. This is how we're.
Okay, guys, the fiance is home. I gotta catch you guys later.
Oh, I was gonna have you check out some more faces, but we can do that tomorrow. So.
Yeah, dude, we should.
Touch base.
Yeah, we
Huh?
should try and do more of this, all three of us together.
Face
thing.
Jam
Yeah.
Part 2
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Well, if how long? My guess is you guys are just about done.
Yeah.
It is 12 o'clock. Yeah, that'd probably be for the better.
Tomorrow or this weekend or something.
Nice.
But yeah, I'm pretty done for tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Think about like 2 hours ago, I was gonna be like, I'm gonna get pizza.
I mean, I am now currently at where is my stream number? 8 hours and 44 minutes. So.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, oh, by the way, do you want to see before you have the fiance, do you want to see my little troll shaman that I've been working on for World of Warcraft?
Yes.
That I've been
Yes, I
dorking with?
do.
Okay. Yay. Thanks for saying yes.
Please clap.
Yeah, please clap. No, yeah. So let's see. Open recent. So this is kind of where I'm at right now. I'm still working on the hair a little bit more, and I'm reworking his skin now. But
this is nice.
This is my troll shami that I'm kind of putting together right now. Oh wait, where is it? Oh wait, why is his armor not on? What the hell? Oh, this is also my kobold I was making. He's adorable. I love him.
Cute little kobold, man.
My little kobold man.
That head face reminds, or the face shape reminds me of Grigori from Dragon's Dogma.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, I was more thinking about the shape of like when I'd model him, how that would work, but let's see, artwork, 3D, whip, shaman. Oh, because I was working on his chest piece. That's where. Oh, why? The final, and then body. Turn his armor. Luckily, that's just a file folder. So, armor. There we go. Boop. There we go. Ah, look at him. Now that's better. Yeah, he's not shirtless wearing yeah, so that's what I got going on with the little troll that I've been making from scratch too.
That is tight.
Yeah.
That looks like a like classic WoW high res stuff. You know, like,
I mean, like I literally every pebble and stone I tried to copy exactly how that armor is. So yeah, that I mean it's about as close as I could approximate the tier 1 armor
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Let's see. Because like, let me grab my 3-whip shaman reference. Yeah, I sat and sculpted this out multiple times to try to get like the armor, but like,
Oh yeah.
so like you can see that like the way that even like most of this is exactly like how it is. Like, granted, this guy's in a stance, so it's like spread out a little bit more, but even mine would do
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Right. The only thing I didn't do is this is kind of some diamonds, and I was like, I'm just gonna make some bangs, and I think that would look better. So that's the only difference I really did. But I could always hand paint this to have like the more diamond-esque sort of feel to it. But even like if you look at the cracks and the zigzags, like I try to
They
like
follow
do
pretty
like the
fucking
little
close, yeah.
forks. You know, like even the positions of where these pieces are is kind of. I tried to align everything basically 1-to-1 for the most part. Right?
The most successful part of this whole thing for me is the way that you've handled the cloth here. It has so much form to it that it's just like
this stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, it worked real good. I also really like, I mean, like, the gauntlets are a little bit different because these are really messy, but just the way that the stone feels right here, I'm like, oh, it's so good. Like, I really, just even from this front view, I'm just like, oh, it's so good. So, yeah, that's kind of where I've been trying to, like, 1-to-1 it as close as I can to, like, build this stuff out. And match it up as close as possible. It's not perfect. There's still some spots where I could do some adjustments and stuff, but I feel like it's getting close. So, you know, but I'm trying, man. Trying to get it close to what they got.
Pretty fucking good. So, I don't know how like this looks in engine or anything, or if it, because that's kind of like the test, I guess.
Yeah.
But in a lot of the classic WoW stuff, they have like these deep fucking like blacks, and it's like even in here, and like depending on the engine, like you know, when you light this guy, you're gonna be getting some of those, right? But for a lot of the what's it called, the modern WoW type stuff, they don't touch black. They don't even come near it, and so like this is a good retail like approximation of what, you know, vanilla WoW would look like now, I think.
That's kind of what I'm kind of going for, where it's like I'm trying to take the old, put it into the retail current version where it's like different, you know, but still matching as close as I can get it, right? That's the goal. Like I said, I still need another pass on the skin. I'm really not happy with like the actual like skin part. I've been like really fighting that, but I think the armor, that's about as damn close as I can probably get it. Maybe I could paint out a little bit more shadows and stuff, and maybe do a little bit more with like the shadowing at the bottom here for these bits, but the more I look at it, the more I'm like, The only other thing that I actively decided I didn't want to do was he's got these little fire things that go along the edge of this. I'm like, I'm not adding those. I don't want. I never liked that on the Earth Fury set. I'm not adding that on my set. I'd rather it just be the metal circle. So that's like literally the only detail where I'm like, I actively hate this detail. I'm not adding it for spite.
I actually like those, but okay.
I wonder
it's not my jam.
I wonder if you could get this magma part like maxed out and animated. You know, like,
oh god,
oh, that would be so
would
cool.
Be dope. It's emissive right now, but I don't know how to do an animated like texture in Marmoset, so I'd have to like look that up. And maybe, I mean, it would be cool to do. Not gonna lie, for sure. The one thing I will say is like, god damn it, Zukan, I hate you so much. Maybe I could do a simplified version of this where it's not as repetitive, but just like a little bit bigger. Where it's like larger versions of this that kind of give that same echo of that. I hate so much right now. No, I mean, I think it's a good call. Like,
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I'll get it there. I'll figure it out. What the hell's going on here?
There's- yeah, the only two things, if I were to say, like, if you really wanted to push it to be like fucking insane, you know, because I like it as it is,
Animated.
but I do like the or not but I do like, but when you look at some of the WoW retail stuff, like they have like an almost like an uncanny like texture to them, because they do have like here, you see that how like the vein catches the highlight, you know,
Yeah.
like it pops out into a little less saturated. Yeah.
I want to do
And,
another
so
pass
I know
on
you said
it.
that you
Yeah.
want to do more passes on the skin, but if you're to bring that along with some of the discoloration that it has, because it goes from like
Mhm.
blue to purple, and so like
Yeah.
getting some some like color variety into that skin with the highlights
Also,
and everything.
It also
That would be
depends on
nice.
which one you're looking at.
That's
right?
true.
So
That's true.
That's the other like thing I've been fighting, where it's like, ooh, I really like this one. Oh, wait.
Well,
now
I-
I'm looking at
And
this,
I'm
like,
also
not
looking
even
at this like, oh yeah, there's not much to paint in, but you take off the armor and it's like, okay, that's a lot to paint actually.
Yeah. Well, that's been the struggle, where it's like, yeah, the
Every
whole point
piece.
of this is to make it like their characters. So I mean, if I
Yeah.
turn the armor off, right, I have my little, you know, he's in his troll underwear, right? And so if I turn off all the other stuff here, then yeah, oh, ram it, get up here. There we go. But yeah, so that's the other part, where it's like, if I turn all this other stuff off, right, like all of a sudden it's like it's a regular old troll, you
Yeah.
know, with multiple hair layers that I probably should have combined into one, but I got too lazy.
Well, if you combine them into one, then you can't paint on them again.
True.
Yeah.
So
This is-
and this is the next thing I want to do, is just to get this updated to feel more like what they got going. I mean, like I was really trying, because like in some of them it's like this hyper blue with this like really desaturated like knees.
Yeah,
and
this-
elbows and stuff,
This is like you're getting in there with that
Mhm.
desaturation, and
Mhm. So it's good, but they also have a lot more like, the character has a lot more movement in it. I think you're right with like the veins, those pop just a little bit more. So I just need to like push those elements just slightly a bit more, and then like,
I would
like,
say,
where is it? This guy. This is the guy I was kind of like looking at too. Is like his skin and stuff is like very much in that regard.
Yeah. So this guy actually, he doesn't have as much highlight. I think he
No.
nailed the highlight, but I think he has darker darks, just slightly, like stuff that you get into here. So in general, I would say, like it could almost be fixed with like the levels, but like in terms of like just increasing the contrast, making him like a slightly less flat. And I think because you see it here, like look at, and they have, for whatever fucking reason, like they have like this like weird, like uncanny texture to them, you know. And it's like, damn.
So that's what I'm trying to mirror that.
Yeah,
right?
here's
So,
very close.
I think that's the most
I
interesting
think
thing
the
about them
highlights
is
are-
the
Go ahead.
the different like color, especially if you look at the transition
Like
from feet
purple?
to head. Like the upper portion is like very aqua, then you get below on the legs, it's deeper blues down to purples, and that's
I
one
think
of the
it's
things.
actually
Losing
like a
circulation.
That's one of
I
the
think
things
it's
I've
a-
always liked about the trolls is that
vertical. I think it's the vertical gradient. They have a full body vertical gradient.
Yeah.
Like lighter up here and darker down here. Also, I adjusted this and it's not quite right anymore, but I had it much closer to the purple that's there, so don't mind that. But a big part of it has been trying to match these highlights here on this arm, but also trying to get the amount of like depth that's here. So yeah, that's been kind of my fighting that back and forth as I go. So yeah, like I said, I'm gonna be taking another stab at the body, but I feel like it's, damn, dude, I'm really trying to make it close. You know what I mean? Where
if I feel like they almost use what's it called? It feels like they're using what's it? Dodge. It seems like they're using Photoshop's dodge.
Yeah, it's possible.
Like here, it feels like they're using it like here, where they'll like get in like a base like here because they have like a lot of texture in there. It almost like you know clouds and difference clouds in Photoshop.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It almost feels like they put clouds and difference clouds as like a layer that touches everything. And like it almost feels like that, and not that that's what they did.
I was like, I need to do a rendered clouds on the character to kind of get some of this detail. Like I was legit like, oh, I'm gonna, when I mess with the skin, that's gonna be the thing I do tomorrow. I'm like, oh, I should do a render clouds on this guy, and then just erase out along the edges of the seams to kind of like get that out of there, and then like. That should get what I need, you know, for in terms of like skin detail. The thing was like I was seeing like, see how saturated
there it
like,
goes fucking saturated.
Like the blue is like turbo saturated, and that's kind of what, like, that's why if you're looking at this, you're like, why is he so turbo saturated? It's like I'm trying to match this. Like, look at how high saturation there is in these blues, right in those spots where it's like, oh my god, that's saturated so high, it's crazy. Like even his chin, look at his chin, like, and then it's like not a highlight, it's a turbo saturated teal, right?
Yeah, and so now like with that amount of like color play, like the way that I'm looking at it now, it's like a part of me kind of goes. Take a difference cloud layer or whatever, go hey, and then like select like sections out or something like that, erase it so it just has some random shit, and then paint that all really saturated and throw it on and see like and so like see where it patches up, you know, and and then do that with like do 3 layers of that, one where it's like highlighted, one where it's like these, and then one where it's like even a desaturated like touch or whatever. Man, these guys, the WoW guys, their art team, fucking insane.
Yeah, no, I also need to up his like little nose cleft right there, but it's a tomorrow issue. But yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it for taking a look at that. Like I said, I feel like it's close. It's like 90% there. I want to take it that 10%, right? So, and definitely the skin needs to get. That's like a what a. 50% maybe, so I need to up that further.
All right.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Okay, now go cook your lady some waffles or something in the evening. Breakfast for dinner.
I'll catch you guys later.
All right.
Thanks for stopping by.
I might stream tonight if you guys are relaxing, or I don't know, maybe it's been 8 hours. You're probably just gonna go straight to bed. But I might
I'm gonna be up for a while, but it's gonna be more like figuring stuff out for sure. So,
all right, catch you guys later for real.
Is it time? It's time to wrap up the storybook for everybody.
Yeah,
man, they got an absolute epic stream if you're watching me do stuff. Goodness gracious.
Yeah. Both sides, like we got a little bit of UI, sneak peeky stuff in there. Got a cool fucking gnome face here.
Oh yeah. I got like 4 or 5 pieces.
Oh shit! So, it's only 10. I thought it was like I thought we were looking at midnight.
It's only 10 for you. It's midnight. It's the witching hour for me.
Yeah, I thought it was. I thought it was midnight for me though.
I've hit a 9-hour stream now, so everybody have better had. I can't believe it's been 9 hours. Yes, Classic, it has been an absolute. Oh, sorry, I haven't even been paying attention to chat because we've been chatting. Sorry, everybody. Is this how the game looks? Player models? Yes.
No, they were asking when you were showing your guy off.
My
Troll.
freaking.
Yeah.
Oh, my troll character? No, that's for my portfolio. Sorry. That's my bad. I made that all from scratch because I wanted to try to recreate the Blizzard style, so maybe they'll hire me in the future. You know. Sorry, Hala. Should have been looking at that. You should have been like, "Hey, you're not paying attention."
That's cool. I replied to him.
Oh, I'm glad. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. No, this is a sweet stream. Yeah, no, for sure. This is super fun. If you're down, I'm gonna be making some faces tomorrow. Probably. I'm not even do it. Well, I was gonna say I was gonna do some skin work tomorrow on my troll, but I'm probably just gonna do faces all day.
Yeah, I'll be back doing something else.
All right, 9-hour stream tomorrow. Buckle up, everybody. Join me and Zukan when he arrives, because I'm gonna be gun ho gunning on these other faces, because I still have. I don't know. I know you really love this swarmy space, so like I want to do that justice when I do it. But I'm probably gonna knock out.
I think
this one.
Goblin already grabbed that one.
The swarmy face? Okay, then I'm not
The
gonna
the smirky one. Yeah, he grabbed that one already.
All him. Okay, cool. Then I'll probably finish up the regular Joe ass face tomorrow, and then I'm gonna probably jump in on the rest of the lady faces if those aren't, and get all the humans knocked out, and then from there I can start branching out to wherever you need it. Probably I'll go wherever we need me next, like whatever you think that really needs adjusting or whatever. I know that the humans had the biggest chunk of faces, and I also want to talk to Zukan about the human 00 face too. So I'm gonna see what he thinks about that as well. So, yeah.
Yep.
We'll get there.
I think
it's damn close, so his tweaks will probably be minor-ish, but we'll see.
Yeah. Let's save this again. And let's gain point.
Gain point match. Okay, cool, man. Well, join us tomorrow for a stream for more Monsters Memories. It's going to be a bunch of Monsters Memories. I'm going to jump in probably earlier than usual. So if you want an all-day streamathon for Monsters Memories, I'll probably be doing that, because I don't want to work on that shaman right now. I've been running through fits of I'm burned out on this and I don't want to work on it anymore, and completely being inspired and working on it way too much. So, but yeah, I love painting faces, so this is going to be something I'm going to want to do. So I'm probably going to take care of this stuff and then start in on probably the rest of the ladies, try to get the rest of the humans done. Check those off the list, and then we can look at what else we want to do.
All right, man. I'm gonna hit my button.
All right, man.
Can
yeah,
chatter for 30
button.
seconds.
It's time to wrap up. Thanks so much for being here, everybody. Hopefully we made your night a little bit better, and we'll see you all in the next one.
Yeah.
Later, friends.
Thanks for your help on the gnome stuff, man.
Yeah, buddy. It's turning out good.
Yeah, this might be like, this is definitely, I would say, the best face I've painted so far.
I mean, that's one of the things, like, if you ever want to like sit down and do like a hey, how do I like, here's my face, how do I like up my quality a little bit more, we can always do that, and then hopefully that can continue to grow your ability, right?
Yeah.
Because this is what it's all about. It's all about learning. How do I get better? How do I improve? Right? And, I've done this for,